Hello everyone, welcome to the Mania 7 Key World Cup 2018. I'm Stupid Man, or I guess referred to as Ella sometimes. I'm here joined by Vento. How are you doing?
I'm doing just fine. I just woke up. I have a nice cup of coffee here and I'm ready for some exciting matches.
Yeah, and I mean, really, this match coming up here is going to be really exciting, I think. We got Indonesia versus Singapore, two very strong teams for this tournament, I think. And really, I am interested to see who's going to come out on top here, because this is one of those stages for the round of 16 here that's actually, honestly, a lot closer than some might expect. I mean, if you look at group stages, you see these top-seededs, facing off against these mid-seeded teams for the round of 16, basically. But I mean, this is one of those occasions where I think, like Singapore, they're kind of they are seeded 8th. They're the bottom of the top seed, and then you have Indonesia, who's maybe around the middle of the mid seed. So I mean, this could be a pretty close match here.
Yeah, but I'm really excited to see how this will turn out.
Yeah, I mean, really, we got, like I said, two strong teams. Singapore especially. I mean, they've got Paralit, Rami even. I mean, these are two really strong accuracy players. I mean, Indonesia, they've got Rays. I think Project C1 as well is a very good player. So I mean, if we see like these two players, or at least in my eyes, I guess the starter players of the teams coming out and really performing, then I mean, it's definitely going to be a close match.
Yeah.
So yeah, really exciting game coming up here, and if you guys do stick around for a bit longer, I believe we have Malaysia and Germany coming up after this, and I believe both of us will still be commentating that. So stick around till then. We should be getting started pretty soon.
Yep.
Got some people in the lobby now, so let's see, move into the first warm-up here. I think I do recognize this chart. I think this is the one by Sturm. I need to check. Actually, I've heard this song's pretty popular with the 4-key crowd.
I'm trying.
Right.
With regards to this song.
Definitely one of the harder charts that a lot of 4-key players can recognize. But in regards to 7-key, this one, definitely not as hard. It's fairly, it's actually not too bad. This being the insane difficulty, it's not that dense, and actually it's a bit of chord streaming. So this really, I mean, actually it's probably a good pick to really pick out and see which players are better for accuracy, which players are better for chord streaming, etc. That really could determine how some of these teams pick and how some of these teams ban.
Yeah. And I mean, this song is really good.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, it's kind of funny. Whenever I play this chart, I guess the energy of the song, if you will, that's the right way to word it. I mean, it does kind of get me pumped when I'm playing it.
It is a good pick for warm-up to getting the energy going into the match.
Yeah, I think it actually, warm-ups in particular, I mean, I know a lot of teams like to do their meme charts or whatever, but occasionally the ones that are good picks are good for really getting the nerves out of the way, and I think this is probably one of those picks. So actually looking at the Singaporean team right now, I guess I did mention earlier Paralit and Rami being two really strong players, but just going through the rest of the roster, they have, I believe, Bye For Now and Realm Ripper. I know Bye For Now actually is in the lobby right now, is still a very strong player as well. I think he's ranked 2nd in Singapore. I think you'd have to correct me if I'm wrong, but he's still a very strong player too, and definitely not worth discrediting in any way. And I think on the Indonesian side, we've got Rays, Project C1, as I mentioned earlier, Lino Sama, and Rizal from Mana. Also, a fairly decent team. I mean, I think this was mentioned earlier in the tournament, where they don't exactly have stronger players, or at least their team isn't as strong as it was last year. But I still think they could put up a pretty good fight.
Yeah. A bit more balanced in terms of players.
Yeah, I definitely say so. I mean, if you look at the Singaporean team, Like they've got 4 like very strong players. But if you look at like a lot of other top seeded teams, they usually have like 1 or 2 players that really like pushes the boundary of that team.
Yeah.
Like let's take, I would say Brazil, who has like Lazarento, for example, who's very good at LNs, and I mean that kind of LN skill really pushes that team into the top seed. Or you look at Italy, who has Yomiel and Happy Overjoy, who are both top 100 players and are like very strong, and I mean that got them to seed 4. Or you have Malaysia, who has Cryolian and Idiot, who are 2 like pretty decent players, and like they're both top 100 players and they're very good. But then you have Chiwi 10, who's I believe number 5 right now. So
yeah,
really like those kind of teams have that 1 player for that top seed spot. But Singapore, you see a lot of those like it's a very well balanced team and it's a very consistent team. But Indonesia, I think them having Rays is. I think it's going to be a pretty big advantage to them because they have that kind of player that pushes them up in the mid seed, I guess. So I think if you're looking at these 2 teams, they're going to be pretty evenly matched. I see Chewy in the chat there. I guess coincidental that I shouted him out right there, but yeah. So we should be getting into this chart pretty soon. I would say, like, I mean, like I said earlier, this is gonna be a very close game, I think. So I really can't tell who's gonna win here. I'm not really sure about you, Vento.
No, I don't have any, like, I have no clue for now. We'll just have to see when we get into the match.
Yeah, definitely. Well, should be starting fairly soon. I think we have maybe a couple delays from, I guess, people not having the map, which shouldn't be too big of an issue.
Nah, I mean, for warm-ups, I mean, it's different when you don't have the map in the tournament itself. You haven't played the map well. That's happened a few times.
Yeah, hopefully not for the World Cup, though. This is definitely a lot more important than a lot of other tournaments.
Yeah.
Just getting in the warm-up here. I guess judging by the fact that Indonesia didn't have the map, I'm under the assumption that this is Singapore's warm-up.
Yep.
So probably expect them to do a bit better on this. I think there's an SV in the middle that could probably throw off some people from Indonesia, but it shouldn't be too big of an issue. I'm really expecting Perla to just do incredibly well on this. I mean, this is a very good, like, I guess, like I said, chord streaming chart. There's it's pretty straightforward. There's no like bursts, or not too many bursts at least. Not too much finger independence involved, but really, really well-rounded for accuracy, and that's the kind of player Parallel is.
Yeah.
I mean, score's already neck and neck here. And this is kind of the difficulty, or maybe just a tad bit above what we'd see in the round of 16 pool. So really, this is the fact that the scores are this close right now, I think could dictate how the rest of this match plays out.
Well, I mean, we've got three players with very similar accuracy, and then there's that SV you mentioned.
Yep.
Well, there you go. And then we have Parallel, who's just above pack in general.
Yeah, I mean, he's the only one right now, I believe, maintaining a 99. Even Bye now missing right there at the same time as Reason Pramana, so... Yeah, Project C1 missing there. I think Parallel is just really well compared to this chart. I mean, that being said, I feel like this chart could relate to, I guess, another chart in the map pool, Tension Random, which is kind of the, I guess, consistency slash, I wouldn't say Ellen, or finger independence, but it's definitely, like, somewhat relatable to this. So I feel like Singapore would be actually really comfortable on that. But yeah, still Parallel holding that FC.
Oh, don't trip him up now.
Well, hopefully I don't do that. I've seen him been on a dry streak for cursing lately, so looks like I'm pretty good. Oh no, he just missed! Oh my god.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it did get quite a bit hard, I'd say, during that time. Lots of LNs there.
Still very
4-200s.
Yeah, I know.
Look
4-200s compared to 32, 44, and 68 from the rest of the players. That's an absolutely crazy score.
There you go.
Still though, moving into Indonesia's warm-up, I believe. Not sure if they posted that one yet.
Apparently moving out for Rami to get to warm up a bit too. Going for Sakura no Uta, which I've never seen before, but you know.
I feel like I should know this chart, but it's like highly likely I don't. Alright, this is very likely to be a crazy LN chart.
I mean, yeah.
Looking up the name right now, I mean, there's a lot of 4-key LN charts of it, and considering this kind of song, it's I guess the kind of team it's coming from as well, this could definitely be a LN chart. But here we go. Yeah, this I'm guessing this is LN's, but I'm not entirely sure. Wouldn't be surprised though.
I can already feel the messed up releases.
Actually, yeah, that's true. Especially releases on V2 is just it's such a different play style, and I mean, I guess you being a 4-key player yourself, you'd probably understand like the effect V2's had on the LN meta there.
Well, for LNs, I personally much prefer playing on Score V2. It feels like the correct way LNs should work, but for releases, it's unbelievably difficult compared to V1, where you could kind of cheese it a bit. You know, you didn't really have to release super correctly. You weren't really punished very hard. But for V2, if you don't treat the releases like they should be, oh, you're gonna have a really bad time. But yeah, we got a lot of LNs going on, by the way.
Yeah, I believe the max 300 window for LNs on V2 is slightly increased, but the cost is that I believe the 50 windows increased too. At least missing's a lot easier, and bad chaining is a lot easier as well. So.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I mean, seems like none of the players right now are having a problem with that, and I mean, I guess the other thing is that Score V2 in particular has really like found its way into the LN meta for 4-key, but as for 7-key, almost nobody uses V2 except in a tournament setting like this one. So it is really interesting to see players like start to force themselves to get used to it again for the annual World Cup.
Yeah, I'm surprised every player is still holding a full combo. Oh, look at Rami and Rizal Pramona's accuracies. Those are very impressive.
Definitely keeping up very strong. I mean, Rami, I think, is an incredibly underrated player. I talked to a couple other players from different countries in regards to this tournament, and they were kind of shocked at Rami's performance, not only on in the tournament, but also like rank charts in general, because his accuracy is extremely strong.
Good 2 misses from Bye For Now and 1 from Project C1. Rizal Pramona and Rami still holding the FCs. I'm pretty blown away, because LN and 7-key to me is just
yeah, I mean, like already like a lot of people not being able to play LNs in 4-key, and then on top of that you just look at people playing it in 7-key. It's just such it's much more complicated, it's much more dense, and there's a lot more technicality involved into really like getting these LNs down.
Yeah, like I've tried. It's just so difficult. I mean, as a 4-key LN player as well, 7-key LN is just so much more difficult. It's actually unbelievable.
I mean, like, even because I did have to like practice 4-key LNs, because when I signed up for the 4-key World Cup, I didn't actually expect to play. And well, what was funny was that I was kind of ended up being forced to play 4-key LNs, and what really did help was like the ability to read some 7-key LNs, but the fact that the skill transferred over so much, and then getting good at 4-key LNs did not help me with 7-key LNs that much at all.
No,
like, it really is a different learning process, and it really is like a lot harder to get down.
Yeah, I've heard from some 7 key LNs and players in Sweden that, I mean, 7 key LN transfers over very well to 4 key LN, but it does not go the other way. It just does not work that way.
I mean, I feel like that kind of has to be said with a lot of things about 7 key, like 7 key speed, 4 key, compared to 4 key speed, or like the density of the things you have to read, and even like if you look at 4 key, for example, there's like jump stream, right, where it's there's normal streams with occasional 2-note chords in there, but then you look at 7 key, there's all kinds of different chord streaming types. There's and bracketing being a particular one, for example, but it definitely it's definitely a whole different playing field. So yeah, finishing up with that pick there, I think I mean, Indonesia is showing that they're very strong on these LNs. I think Singapore probably the more accuracy pick type, but Indonesia definitely being the more LN type. So this could be a really back and forth match.
Yeah, but we're gonna go into rolls and bans.
Yeah, we'll see what people start rolling here. Really, this could come down to the roll as well. I mean, if these teams go back and forth with the roll or with the picks, then this could go to tiebreaker. Who knows? I will say this though, I think if it does go to tiebreaker, Singapore probably has the upper hand just because they have that accuracy and consistency, and something like the tiebreaker isn't all completely LN oriented. I think this one in particular is not too bad with LNs at all. There's only like 1 or 2 really like dense sections, if you even want to call it that. But here we see Singapore losing the roll, so they ban first, Parrot banning Gum.
Oh yeah, understandable.
Yeah. Definitely a standard ban. I mean, really tough SV chart. Definitely something that a lot of teams maybe. And I mean, this is probably one of those cases where a lot of the times when you see someone ban an SV chart, it's because maybe they didn't prepare, they didn't care. But I think in this case, Gum is legitimately a very hard SV chart, especially for this pool.
It is very, very difficult.
The Indonesia banning Phantasmagoria here, also another very standard ban.
Those two in particular, Phantasmagoria and Gum, are just. I'd say they're a step above the rest of the pool, and either Gum just being an incredibly hard SV pick, and Phantasmagoria being, I don't know what the best word to describe it is, if I want to stay PG. It's not fun. It's evil, actually. Evil is a good word.
There's this absolutely nasty slow jam in the very beginning. And I mean, on top of that, there's these LNs that are hard to hit and hard to maintain along with that. And that's interesting. So they pick Agony, which I suppose there's less stairs than Phantasmagoria, but I feel like these charts are along the same line almost in terms of the types of patterns they use. I think we'll see in the first half of Agony here, there's this one stair that kind of sweeps back and forth along with an LN. And you kind of do see the along in the first part of Phantasmagoria too. I think the only difference being Phantasmagoria has that really, really nasty slow jam.
Yeah. We're getting Parrot and Rami on Singapore side, which is not very surprising to me at all. I mean, we've seen both of them being very strong in accuracy.
And I mean, Indonesia having Rizal Pramana and Lino Sama, which is kinda not good. I believe Raze might not be online right now, so
nah, that wouldn't be good.
I guess just to remind the stream, so Raze is the only person on the Indonesian team this year who I believe was on last year's team. I need to double check that, but yeah, he's definitely the only person on that team to have, I believe, a third place 7-key World Cup badge from last year. And I think that badge kind of speaks for itself. You know, Indonesia did get third place last year. They were a very, very strong team last year. And now they're kind of, I guess I wouldn't, nerfed might be the right word.
Nerfed. There you go. That's what happens. I mean, that feels kind of unbalanced. I mean, why would you nerf the third place team rather than I don't know, first place team? Well,
just comes down to who wants to sign up, you know.
Yeah.
Anyways, I feel like now this game might favor Singapore a bit more, but considering the two Indonesian players we've seen right now are actually performing fairly well in the LN picks in the warm-up, I wouldn't doubt that they'd be able to still take quite a few points off of Singapore here.
Ooh, both teams performing well in the first stream section.
Yeah, I mean, pretty expected there. I think Weasel Permon in particular did drop a few 200s, so that's kind of bringing them off to a bit of a bad start. But considering there's quite a few LNs coming up here in terms of finger independency, it could really turn the table here depending on how Singapore plays this out. So far, the scores are still fairly close, so really anything could happen here.
Yeah. Going into a few Ellen stream-ish patterns. Stream stairs. What?
I'd say streams is
All right.
the right word here. But it looks like the score is slowly going towards Singapore's side. Although Rami with that miss kinda putting a bit of a dent in Singapore's total score, but still not really a big deal. I mean,
Yeah.
I think what we're going to see in the very end here is that Singapore has that lower 200 count. And that's ultimately what's going to decide their point for this song.
Yeah, Singapore just had the superior accuracy here.
Yeah, I think it is worth mentioning. I did see a question in chat. Does combo matter in Mania Score V2, or is it all about accuracy? There is a very minor combo bonus, I believe up to 400 combo, that I believe is actually decided quite a few games, at least in tournaments within the past 2 years, I believe. That's how long we've been using V2 now. So yeah, I mean, that combo scoring, although it's very minor, it does have a huge effect on these like earlier stage games. I think that goes not just for 7 key but 4 key as well.
So we had a very impressive score from Rami, although he switched down, so I couldn't really call it out. But he got 4 200s and 1 miss, actually being the only player to miss on that map, but 4 200s and an extremely impressive Rainbow 300 to normal 300 ratio as well.
Yeah, I think that does kind of play into how V2 works, really, because it has that, it gives you that combo advantage, but at the same time, having like a score like that with a 4 200s can still keep you afloat.
But we are going to be getting the 357 Magnum.
Yeah, and I am kind of curious. I guess Rami's not as comfortable in this, which is fine. I mean, Biofor now is still just as strong of a player, but I guess a bit past my expectations. Because 357 Magnum is the, I would say personally, is like the strictly accuracy pick for this pool. There's not too many LNs, not too much to worry about, and pretty friendly patterns.
Alright, well, we're getting Project C1 in on Indonesia side instead of Lino Sama.
I think that's a fairly decent switch. I mean, I feel like Lino Sama is one of those LN players, at least when I researched him a while ago. I could be wrong about that, so apologies if I am. But yeah, I mean, Project C1 still a pretty decent player too, so we'll see what this comes down to.
Yep. More good music here. Always appreciated. But we're gonna go into it here. The second map already, going really quickly here with the shorter, with some of the shorter maps here.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing about this chart is that it's pretty quick, and I mean, the upside is that, you know, you really don't have to worry about making mistakes throughout the entire chart. It's not like a 3-minute chart where, you know, at any point you could screw up and then, oh no, you're trying to really spend that next maybe a minute and a half worrying about how to fix it here. But in a 2-minute chart, you know, it kind of goes by pretty quickly, and
yeah,
especially on an accuracy pick, that's really all you got to really focus on, which is nice, and you don't have to focus on it for too long. But I do think the downside is that if you do actually mess up, then it does kind of put a larger dent in your team's overall score.
We're having 3 really impressive accuracies here, and one that's slightly behind from Project C1, but it's still very close. And anything, a drop, for an example, on Singapore's side would give it straight to Indonesia and the lead status.
Yeah, I mean, still the scores are so tight right now. It's really hard to see who's gonna kind of come out on top here. one thing to notice that Parallot's accuracy is still pushing up to 99.9 here. Really tight hit error here. Still with that 99.9, I mean, throughout these streams. It's a very impressive score. Could, I think, decide this entire match. Yeah, reason for Mana missing right there.
That is not going to be helping out at all. Singapore already having a slight lead in terms of accuracy, now going to be getting quite a bit of an advantage there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially on this chart, this is not something players should be missing on. Especially in a game like this, these teams are very, very tightly matched. I mean, Indonesia really does. Oh, Parallot missing!
Drop from Parallot.
Alright, now this could be interesting. Both teams traded off. I believe there's more than 400 notes in the very end of the map to really cover for that miss. So
Yeah.
if Indonesia does tighten their timing a bit in the end here, and maybe if Singapore gets another miss,
Looks like
this could go Indonesia.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to Indonesia very slightly, but we're going into the very last section here, and it's going to be Singapore's.
Just barely.
Yep.
Still about less than 10,000 points. So
What is Parallot's score? What is
Yeah.
Parallot's score?
no, that ratio is really
Oh
crazy.
my
I think if we just ignore those two misses, that score is absolutely crazy. I believe probably the highest we've seen, at least out of the 3 rounds, including this one.
Rizal Pramana as well. Actually, the 2 players with the best 200 count also were the only players to miss. So there you go. But nevertheless, very impressive scores from Parallot and Rizal Pramana. But nevertheless, it's going to go to Singapore's side. So Singapore now 2-0 over Indonesia. Now we're getting Kengan / Great 3.
Alright, this is probably a better pick out of Indonesia. I feel like, I guess this could have gone first, really. I think based off that warm-up, I would have really made the observation that Singapore maybe wasn't as strong on LNs as maybe they'd imagined, and probably try to pry that to get some points out of them.
Yeah.
So really, this could be a point for Indonesia. Only issue is Singapore's already gotten a break point off of Indonesia, so
Yeah.
Indonesia really would have to do the same here to really get back in place. But the question is, can they do it? And I'm really not sure.
Anyways, we're getting Lino Sama back in here, so you seem to be correct about the Ellen observation there, with Lino Sama being a Ellen player, and this, of course, then being an Ellen map. Otherwise, why even mention that? You know.
I think some things to point out about this chart, really, like towards the halfway point or just before the halfway points, when we see these Ellens get really, really dense. I mean, that probably could decide this entire map. And if not, at the very end, or at least the last half, there's some kind of awkward releases, although they're pretty easy to get down if you're pretty well-rounded with LNs. So really, I mean, it's probably up to those 2 sections of this chart to really decide who gets this point.
Oh, it's flashing a lot here. Hope you don't have problems with epilepsy, for an example.
I feel like for at least the first quarter of this chart, it's gonna probably be like that.
Yeah. Ooh, it looks like it's actually going to Indonesia very, very slightly. Although, really, I mean, it's not even notable how close this is. Or it's very notable how close it is, but you can't really say one team has an advantage, really.
Coming up here, though, is that LN section I was mentioning earlier. I mean, really, it just does come down to that. I think Rami and Bifur now being on the Singaporean side and holding, if they hold this accuracy, they should be fine. But if they can't keep up with the density of this chart, and if Indonesia can, that probably will decide this kind of match too.
Ooh, and we're getting a miss from Rizal Pramana, which is going to give Singapore the lead here. And it's only getting larger now.
Question is, will Singapore kind of return that? Lino Sama missing as well, so it looks like Singapore is going to have a fairly hefty lead here.
And as patterns get very, very dense here comparatively. We're actually getting 2 misses from Bifur. Yeah. But right as we're getting into the less dense section, actually we're getting some really tricky releases here. Players could be dropping 200s, or maybe that's just me not being very good.
I feel like these releases you kind of have to force yourself to really play well. I mean, Riesel Permana already they're hitting at 200 as well. So really, I think in this case, it's something you just kind of have to practice to get right.
Yeah.
But coming up right now, or very close here, there's a really awkward SV, this tap, and then right here. And Riesel Permana not doing a very good job of recovering from that, hitting a bit of a 200 stream, but catching up just fine. I think it's going to come down to whoever misses here, if someone misses here, and that's really going to decide it.
Now, Rami being the only player holding a full combo, I don't want to be cursing anyone, but you know, it is something worth pointing out.
I just do want to mention that these scores are so close right now. I mean, these are within less than, I would say, 10,000 of each other, maybe even less than 5,000. But it doesn't look like anybody from either team is missing here. It does look like Singapore's game.
Well, that timing was unfortunate.
Yeah, I still think we do have kind of a decided winner here. I mean, if we look at the scores right now, there's only 6,000 difference, so should be okay. I mean, really, 6,000 is a lot, and even if someone got a miss, and actually, I think in the very end here, it'd be
what?
Interesting. Oh, okay.
All right. Wait.
Bit of some.
Well,
I don't think those are fails.
No, those are definitely not fails.
Okay.
They couldn't possibly have.
Yeah, more accurate score coming in here. Indonesia did lose that by 6,826 points. But I guess it is worth noting that Lino Sama does have a better score than Bai for now. I think this really did come down to Rami with his score of 981,250. That really kept Singapore afloat here. I think that's kind of what decided this one.
Yeah, that's an extremely impressive score here, especially considering, you know, 7-gi, long notes. That's an extremely impressive score.
Yeah, and really, I mean, I think Indonesia did put up probably the best fight they've had so far this on that map anyways.
Yeah.
But now it's Singapore's pick, and I mean, they're setting themselves up for game point here. Spaceman. This is going to be tough for Indonesia, I think. I mean, the fact that they don't exactly have, I mean, they don't have Rays right now, which I think is a huge detriment to that team.
Yeah.
But, you know, Singapore, I mean, they've got that accuracy. They've got those really strong players, and especially on a chart like Spaceman, which is really technical, and it's got these sweeps and these bursts that can really throw players off. If they're able to handle this well, I mean, I think it's more expected that Indonesia can't handle themselves well, so I think off this point I would expect a 4-0 for Singapore, and then in that case, I guess at the very least Indonesia can pick, but what can they pick?
Yeah.
So really moving into this next chart here, I mean, yeah, I'm expecting a pretty clean 4-0 here. But yeah, we should be moving into it pretty soon here.
I mean, if anything, we can say this map pool has quite a lot of good music going, so that's always nice.
That is true. I actually do kind of have respect for. I mean, generally the Feel the Beats crowd does have better taste in music, at least in my opinion. I guess I should mention Feel the Beats. Out of that crowd, I guess being Spoon Guy, one of our map selectors, I guess being from that game. So.
Oh really? There you go.
Yeah.
Never knew. Now I do.
Alright, so we do get let's see, Rami and Pearlet coming in here, so both the I would say really big accuracy powerhouses here. Rami having trouble readying up here. Shouldn't be too long an issue though. Alright, here we go. So I guess things to know about this chart. I mean, the intro itself is probably one of the hardest parts about the song. So yeah, we'll see if these players can keep up. I'm sure the Singaporean side can. I'm banking on the fact that Indonesia can keep combo as well. I think the thing to watch out for is if the Indonesians can keep up with the Singaporean accuracy.
Ooh, Rami seems to be hitting slightly offbeat here. He was hitting a lot of normal 300, but now it seems like he's recovered.
Yeah, and I think that is kind of lucky because normally when you get into that kind of normal 300 rush, it's almost like a coin toss on whether or not you actually fix it or not. Or oh wow, Indonesia missing twice there. That's gonna be kind of huge. But like I was saying, Paralyt missing 2. Okay,
Rami now being the only one holding full combo.
Yeah, that's actually very interesting right off the bat. That kind of really caught me off guard.
Yeah, but as we can see here, there are a lot of bursts in this map. They're very technical and difficult to hit, actually, and one of the faster maps of the map pool, I'd say, if not the fastest. I don't know if Stupid Man would agree with me.
Yeah, I would say this being, each individual verse, this is definitely one of the fast parts of the map pool. I would say, I think Aragami was supposed to be the speed pick that map pickers had in mind, but still, this is definitely a very fast chart, very technical.
Yeah.
We saw 3 players combo break already, so that's definitely huge.
The comparison with Aragami is that Aragami is more, the patterns are so much easier compared to this.
Yeah.
I'd say that is more of an accuracy in the end. Even if it's one of the fastest, all these players are so good that it ends up becoming an accuracy pick anyways. But this is like, you can't really be like so fast that bursts or technical patterning aren't like an aspect. You can be an extremely good player, but technical maps are still technical maps, and those bursts. Ooh, Rami.
Oh, we're still missing. Man, that's really unfortunate for Indonesia.
These players are so impressive. I'm actually.
Yeah. Yeah, Product's the only missing there as well. Yeah, that earlier burst where Riesel missed actually was very that is probably one of the harder bursts of the song as well. I think, if not the hardest. But yeah, no, Indonesia's struggling to keep up here.
Yeah.
I think what was nice, at least on the misses from the Indonesian side at the beginning, was that they weren't really too far into the chart, so it wasn't too big of a slip up for them. And even Paralyt missing 2, they did technically trade out with that.
Riesel from Mana struggling a bit with this map and shit, but
I'm not really too surprised either. I think he does kind of understand that Singapore here does kind of have the blowout lead. But, yeah, this is a really tough chart. It's, like I said, very technical, the most technical chart in the pool.
Yeah. And I think I'm not gonna mention what I'm talking about in case I curse a certain player here, but it's looking like, wait for it, we're getting a full combo from Rami.
Yeah, and actually a very impressive full combo too. 9 200s on this. Yeah, even with the 2 100s, that's a very impressive score. 9 200s on this is hard to get. An FC on this is hard to get.
Jeez, oh my, oh man, that's an extremely impressive score there.
So Indonesia probably picking here, and I would say I wouldn't call this the last chart yet. I feel like they do have a chance on Full Moon Night, which is the other more LN oriented chart of this pool. So if they pick that, then sure. I think they have a pretty decent chance of taking it. I think that's really their main pick they can go for at this point.
Yeah.
If not, maybe they could do Is This Love out of nowhere for some reason, because if they somehow ended up practicing it, then maybe they could take that point. But Singapore, they did ban gum, so that could be a bit revealing. But I think this is one of those situations where that amount of practice and that amount of effort you put into SBs really does play into a team's favor, if they practice. But it looks like Indonesia hasn't, and they pick Snowflakes, which it's a decent pick, I guess, because it does have a couple slow jams and a couple of LNs here and there that really do focus on finger independence. But I think the issue I find with that is that Indonesia did lose Agony, so this might not be the best idea for them, but it's definitely better than picking something like Origami for sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, moving into this next map here, I think, I mean, I'm comfortable here saying Singapore might take it, but obviously I can't say for 100% certain.
You never know. It's a tournament after all.
Yeah.
Things always end up being quite surprising, you know. But we're gonna go into here with match point for Singapore. Indonesia. On Indonesia's pick, though, they're hoping to get at least 1 point. At the very least 1 point. On Snowflakes.
Yeah, and, well, all teams timing the first there very well, so I guess that's one obstacle this chart down. Oh, Riesel dropping a couple 200s on that, I guess, stream there, but, still, scores are flickering back and forth. I mean, this still is anyone's game.
Yep.
Singapore just barely holding on to the lead here.
Yeah.
Looks like Indonesia's still putting up a really good fight, though.
Yeah, I'd say it's Singapore's accuracy is just so good, and also we're getting a drop from Lino Sama, which is not going to be helping out Indonesia's chances here. As both of Singapore's players are holding on to the full combo with very impressive accuracy.
And the question is, can they still hold on these full combos throughout the rest of the chart? Because, I mean, most of the second half of this chart is, I mean, really it's similar to the first half, but if it tripped up Indonesia, I think it could trip up Singapore in the same amount. And I mean, apparently I think earlier dropped 200 in that slow jam there, so...
We're getting a drop from Riesel Praman and no full combos from Indonesia's side now.
Yeah, that's actually... Oh, and Lino Sama missing as well. That's going to really hurt them.
Yeah, it's looking like Singapore's going to be taking this now, but it's a bit too early to say. But, you know, it's there. I mean, I don't think there are a lot of surprises left in this map. That, you know, it seems like Rami and Paralit are holding on so strongly here. They are quite comfortable here.
I mean, this would have to take an absolute disaster from Singapore to have Indonesia win this point, so looks like they've basically got this game in the bag.
Yep.
Moving into the end of the chart, and yeah, I mean, this is basically sealed. Both players in Singapore holding FCs, Indonesia, not so much.
Yeah, so, I mean, yep, there we go. Singapore taking their 5th point over Indonesia and moving on in the winner's side of brackets.
Yeah,
so Indonesia will be
down to losers.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Indonesia aren't out of the tournament yet. They still have a chance to move on. They just have to win but if they lose another match, they will be out of the tournament.
Yeah, they do end up playing the loser Japan versus Chile, so if you are interested in that game, it should be coming up later on. I think it's in the latter half of matches we have coming up for this weekend.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I believe Singapore moving on, they do play the winner of Japan versus Chile.
Yep.
So if you're also interested in the winner of that game, I guess feel free to watch that. But yeah, neither of these teams eliminated just yet. Game not as close as I imagined, but definitely still a good fight put up by Indonesia, especially since they were missing, I mean, personally, what I believe to be their top player.
Yeah.
So still, I mean, really well fought, I think. And if Indonesia does get raised back for next week, I think they could do some damage in the losers bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. Soon we are going to be getting Germany versus Malaysia. So, well, any expectations for this map? This match, I should say.
I guess unlike the last match, this one I'm definitely expecting more of a lead. Malaysia, I mean, this is just. I can't say this enough. This is such an incredibly strong team. I mean, meanwhile, if you look at like if you look at Germany, they still put up, I believe, a very good fight in group stage. If I'm not mistaken, let's see, who did they play? I need to check that real quick, but I remember them and I think Argentina both being in groups that where those teams really did shine and did really a lot better than I imagined. I think Germany being actually a low-seeded team, but still, that's really not going to help them, I think, because despite being they have that low seed, and then on top of that, they're playing against the third-seeded team in the entire tournament, so that's going to be really tough on them.
Yeah, I mean, Malaysia, Cryolian, My Idiot, Chiwi10, Siwon, or Siwon, or however that's pronounced. I mean, for very
one, but
yeah,
I also probably would need some confirmation on that.
We have 4 incredibly impressive players there, especially Chiwi10 there being the standout, the name in a lot of people's minds, I'd say. And on Germany's side, we have Rohan 04, DualShock, Play-in 14, and Standkill. I believe Rohan 04 was name not a lot of people had heard, but a player who really showed up.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely heard of Rohan in the past. I mean, he comes from BMS, or at least majority of the time, and he's a very strong player there. I mean, he's been a very strong player for a very long time, so it's good to see him actually perform really well in this client as well. And I mean, if he does keep putting in this effort, then he'll probably get pretty far in the tournament, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you'd know since you play a lot of LR2 and you play this game a lot as well. So I mean, moving from one game to another, even though both are VSRGs, it's not the easiest task. I mean, with the engines working so differently. So it's very nice to see Rohan 04 playing here and performing so well, even though it may not be as used to this engine as he is with BMS.
Yeah, I mean, transferring from one game to another and trying to get used to the OC client is kind of a journey within itself. If that's the right word to use, I suppose. But yeah, no, it's definitely hard to adjust. I mean, the fact that he did make that adjustment very quickly is good to see.
Yeah, hats off.
Alright, well, looks like we'll be taking a quick break here. The stream won't go down, but we'll be stepping out for a bit, I believe, for 10 to 15 minutes before the next game starts.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, yeah, so we'll be right back. So yeah, Malaysia and Germany coming up very soon. Please stick around for that. We should have actually still a fairly exciting game coming up.
Yeah, definitely don't go anywhere. Just listen to this nice music and hype and get yourself pumped up a bit. We also have banners, I believe, that you can purchase now to support your team.
Actually, yeah, that is true. I actually did first one pretty quickly, and
yeah, so
they got a nice dark color to them if you like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely. I believe 250 American. So yeah,
take a look at those banners. Support either your favorite team, maybe your country's team. It does go to the prize pool, I believe, or at least
all funds go to the prize pool. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you want to see your favorite players get rich, go ahead and support them that way.
Yep, and if there's any other information you think you're missing or you don't really know about, we definitely have the wiki link ready and available for you guys, so if you're interested in checking that out, and there's going to be a lot of information there to catch up on. So yeah, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with Malaysia and Germany.
Alright, everyone, welcome back to the Mania 7 Key World Cup. We are now going to be witnessing Malaysia versus Germany in the round of 16. So we've got an exciting match coming up here. Now I'm still joined by Stupid Nan, also known as Ella, Ila, Tom, many names.
Hello.
Many names.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said a couple minutes ago, like Malaysia,
Yeah.
Germany, I mean, maybe not expect to be a close game, but definitely still going to be exciting nonetheless. I mean, I feel like Germany still has some strong players, and I mean, Malaysia obviously having players like Chiwi is still absolutely crazy. But
Yeah.
Still, I mean, these are names that I think you should be looking out for the rest of the entire tournament. So, yeah, this is something to keep an eye on. Maybe not for the game itself, but the kinds of scores these people will be setting, and I think it's could determine how people decide to play against these teams on later on matches. I think it's worth noting the winner of this match does play the United States, and if it's Malaysia, we're 100% chance going to lose that. So spoilers.
There you go.
But the loser of this match does end up playing the loser. Loser of this match plays Australia, so that's actually decided as well. Yeah, I mean, I guess a good thing to note about this match is that we do know who they're going to be playing next round already, so will be interesting. Just maybe to throw a curveball at you, maybe not predicting the outcome of this game, but let's say we do see Germany versus Australia. So predicting Germany does lose this. Them versus Australia, how do you think these teams are going to fare?
I mean, if you mean Germany versus Australia, or
yeah, Germany versus Australia. I mean, just these two teams. I mean, Germany being like they have Rohan, right? He's very strong, and they've got some fairly decent 7 key players as well, that are actually like fairly high rated. But like Australia, they have Sankansuki, who's like extremely strong.
Yeah.
I mean, he showed in warm-ups against the USA that he's really strong against our team, really. But the thing is, like I feel like it comes down to Rohan versus Sankansuki, and then maybe Kites and Evios on the Australian team versus I guess Stankill and DualShock maybe for the Germans. But I don't know. I feel like that could be a definitely close game to look out for.
Yeah. Anyways, we are in our, I believe, first warm-up. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am.
Yeah, no, this is definitely our... Well, actually, yeah, no, it's got to be our first warm-up. Game to start here. Wow, Chewy even missing here. It's actually a very interesting chart. There's quite a few stairs and maybe a couple chords built in here.
Stankill struggling a bit here. Rowan also picking up a few misses here. But,
yeah,
I mean, Malaysia's side, I was about to say Chiwi still held full combo, but that was definitely not correct. But yeah, he does have very, very impressive accuracy. Cryolian as well.
I guess it is worth noting that this is Malaysia's warm-up, so, I mean, they're probably expected to do a bit better on this one than Germany. Yeah,
and I mean, this map is a bit more difficult than the rest of this map pool here, so...
Oh yeah, no, by far. I mean, if we look at the score difference already, I mean, Malaysia's got quite a huge lead over Germany here. Oh, I guess one thing to note, I guess people in chat might be freaking out about Rohan's scroll speed, but probably completely normal. Sometimes in Mania, what people will do is that they'll let their skin to have like lane covers on it, so that it'll block out maybe like the top half of the playfield for them. So what they do in return is that they play on a lower scroll speed, so that they can focus on the notes better and time a bit better in this game. So really, people just do get used to that. It doesn't really show on stream, but this is the kind of setups that a lot of people tend to play with.
Maybe it's just really comfortable with slow jam. You never know.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But yeah, finishing out this warm-up, Chewy, I think with a 99 there, really a crazy score. Even Cryolane not even managing to keep up with that.
Yeah, no one managing to keep up with that. 200s, 150 on a miss. I mean,
that's a very solid score.
Yeah.
No, I mean this looks like something that could show up in semifinals. So, that's definitely something to look out for. Even Rowan's reaction to that is just, they're gods.
Mm. All right. Well, second warm up, grayed out, anti-front, Senki black another.
Yeah.
You know,
I feel like I should know this chart, but I actually don't.
I don't either. But you know,
Considering the difficulty name and I mean, just the kind of song it is, I'm like 99% sure this is just going to be pretty like standard patterning. Couple of okay, let's see. This is a negative chart. Okay, so this could involve like a couple uses of LNs here, which I don't think would be too surprising here. But all right. Usually, like if I'll see like a difficulty name like Black Another something, if you look in some certain 7-key charts, like if you see like level 30 or level 42 and really nothing else after that, that does kind of imply like an O2 jam chart, so you can expect that one here. But like 7-key Black Another, this is usually like a difficulty name that a lot of people use to describe like BMS patterning. So maybe this could end up being like that, but who knows?
Yeah, I mean,
swapping out here for Z1 actually. Sorry, going on.
I mean, if you see something saying level and something like above 30 or like above 25 or something, it's definitely not gonna be BMS.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. That's O2 jam levels starting to approach into that dense LN area.
Alright, we're going to play in 14 on Germany's side and Sion.
Yeah, I'm guessing these were subs potentially made for the other players to maybe get a bit of practice in on the actual map pool charts before they get into the real match here.
Yeah.
But this being Germany's warm-up, I guess I would expect more BMS patterns just because I'm expecting Rohan to be a bit better on the BMS side. But
well, I mean, if he's a BMS player, then you know, yeah.
Yeah, I suppose. to be fair, there is sort of this like really niche LN community in that game, or at least like this LN section that's fairly, I guess, I'm not sure how to word it. Not a lot of people play it, and the LNs are really different from this game. But still, I mean, I believe Rohan's fairly well rounded with stuff like that. So it should be too much of a problem with him, even if there's LNs in it. But yeah, actually pretty basic pattern coming in here. Some jacks here and there, but nothing too big. Germany still holding on to fairly decent accuracy and not too far behind Malaysia at all here.
Would come out from playing 14?
Yeah, really not too big of a deal though. I mean, these charts are harder than what we would see in the round of 16, so
yeah.
Not too much to decide how these actual charts in the map are going to go. But I mean, really judging by the performance kind of from Malaysia here, I think even Z1 having a higher accuracy than Cryolian, which is kind of interesting to me.
Well,
is that, I mean, even Cryolian missing there, okay. But yeah, no, I mean, like, still them having this kind of lead over Germany, I think is going to really show that they've probably got this game under control.
Yeah. Rohan struggling a bit with accuracy, although still holding the full combo. Fingers crossed I don't mess that up. So oh my goodness.
Nice! Well, and then he misses again, just to really shove in your face, huh?
Oh, there you go. This is what we sign up for.
Yeah, I feel missing left and right now, huh? And Z1 missing. Oh my god.
Well, I was just about to mention him, so I guess. It's these brain waves, you know?
We can't all have nice things. Alright, well.
Good.
Yeah, that's going to do it for the warm-ups. Z1 with the 99. Still a very strong score, even with that one miss in the 150. But we should be moving into rolls right here. And I think wherever this roll goes, it really won't matter too much, I think.
It looks like Rohan isn't, even though he's keeping up with these patterns very well, his accuracy isn't quite at the same level as the Malaysian side.
Yeah.
So...
Oh wow, 24 roll, that's really not going to be good for that team. Oh wow.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay. Well, wait.
20. Nice. So
There you
that
go.
means Malaysia bans first. Man, they had
That's
a 1 out of 24 or 24 out of 100 chance to you know, get a loss, and they hit it. Nice.
yeah. Nice.
Anyways,
Good job. That's kind of like my roll
Yeah.
of luck.
But yeah, no, Karlian banning Gum and Rohan, or Germany banning Full Moon Knight.
That is not the type of ban I'd expect.
I mean, you could expect it. I'm just trying to see why it would be Full Moon Knight over Kengan Grade 3, or
Yeah.
maybe some other LN pick. I would
Yeah.
assume that it has to do with maybe the trills in the middle, which I think tend to throw a lot of players off.
Yeah.
Or maybe even the mini jacks. But beyond that, I'm not really sure.
I'm not surprised Gum got banned at all. I am surprised Phantasmagoria did not get banned. Although I will be highly surprised we actually see it getting picked.
Yeah, oh, that's true. Yeah, there's no Phantasmagoria ban. I think we've seen that in every match so far getting banned. So here's the first match where Phantasmagoria has not been banned. The thing is, will any of these teams pick it? And that I highly doubt.
Yeah.
Because it's just such a... I mean, if anything, if Germany is maybe down by like 3 points and they have to get something, and they burn through everything they're confident on, then maybe they'd go for Phantasmagoria just to see if they could trip Malaysia, because that's the kind of chart that really is so, like, it brings out the most inconsistent scores from so many people that a team that is like clearly worse than another team could still maybe get a point off of it. But yeah, 357 Magnum here coming in. I mean, really basic accuracy chart, but I think we saw earlier in the first one of that Malaysia. I mean, they've got that really strong accuracy over Germany already, or maybe not necessarily like a strong, like a super strong accuracy in general, but definitely one that's higher than Germany.
Yeah.
So I mean, I feel like this first map's already decided, but we'll see. You know, anything could happen here.
And we're gonna go into it. We have Shiwi 10 and Cryolian on Malaysia's side, and Stankill and Rohan 04 on Germany's side. It's gonna be interesting to see the type of accuracies we're gonna get here, looking at Malaysia's side especially. But you never know what's gonna happen in the tournament setting. You know, we've already gotten some curses.
Yeah. Well, never too late to start now, I suppose.
So it's looking like Malaysia's doing really well here.
Yeah, shoot with the FC, Crowley with the FC. Really strong, 99.97% accuracy from Chewy.
Okay,
There we go. Stream lag. All right. Oh, okay. No DCs. All right. Was really hoping for something hilarious like that to happen. But,
you were.
Oh, well. Yeah. No. Okay. Honestly, like, just imagine Malaysia like just DCing right now, and like probably the perfect map for them to win, and already being down by a point on the first map. Oh, that'd be legendary.
In either case, all players are still holding the full combo, and we have good accuracies all around. But I mean, Malaysia is just holding it's just doing so strongly here in the accuracy department.
I can tell you're trying really hard to curse them right now. You know.
No. I really am not. I'm. They are doing well.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, like, I think Chiwi's accuracy is probably one of the highest I've seen so far on this. So, I mean, this is actually incredibly impressive. But I think one thing to note is that so far, because nobody's actually combo broken yet, that this is going to be a really close match. I think it just comes down to the 200s here, if anything.
Yep. I mean, a bit of long notes with a bit of double stairs, a bit of everything, really. Well, not really everything. We don't have SVs, but just, you know.
If anything, that's probably a nice thing for this chart, especially it being the accuracy pick.
Yeah. Every player holding strong accuracy and full combos all around.
Yeah, I don't think that's really going to change at all during this chart. I mean, I guess the ending section is slightly more dense than the rest of the chart, and it has a couple of rolls that are a bit trickier to hit, but overall it's not really too bad, especially for players of these caliber.
And we're gonna go into the very ending here.
Yeah, and seems like everyone's holding on just fine. But unfortunately, Germany did not take this point off Malaysia. Malaysia with...
Oh my lord! Look at these accuracies.
Yeah, especially Chiwi. Oh man.
Oh my goodness.
99.92 on this. No 200s. Less than 100 normal 300s.
Whoa.
That's absolutely crazy. And
I
don't think
that really is.
That really shouldn't discount Germany's scores either, because these are two scores that I think if they went up with a lot of the other teams that played so far, they would win.
Yeah.
I mean, I think one in particular, I think if they played against even Australia, they probably win on that point. So, I mean, these are still two really good scores from Germany, but unfortunately, they just don't stand a chance against Malaysia on this chart.
Yeah. And I mean, Cryolian as well, only 1-200 there. So we have two incredibly impressive accuracy players on Malaysia's side. And Germany, they held really good accuracy as well, although, I mean, against some players, you do your best and never you still don't reach, right? So
yeah, and actually, Malaysia with their next pick here, they are not letting up with that accuracy at all. I mean, they picked basically the next chart in that section.
Yep, going for Aragami.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, they're switching out Cryolian for Silent 1.
Yeah, I mean, he did actually have the better ratio on the warm-up, so I mean, that maybe could have something to do with it, or at least that could show that he does still have a very strong ratio on charts like this. So, yeah, I'm still expecting another Malaysia win. I mean, this chart, although it's not like chords and it's not slower streams, this one's definitely a bit faster. And there's a lot of stairs and a lot of single streams, but really, it's going to be a kind of like song that's really comparable to 357 Magnum that we just saw. So, yeah, really, I mean, this is probably another point for Malaysia, and I still expect Germany to actually like put up some pretty decent scores for this.
Yeah. A bit of a trip up early from Chiwi on Malaysia's side, but it's not going to be a big deal.
I mean, yeah, that's probably true. It really just depends on how these next teams hit this next stair section. I mean, already Rowan breaking, hitting a couple 200s. I mean, Stankill breaking as well. Yeah, no, they definitely, if anything, overtraded for that 200 Chiwi hit in the beginning.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, if Malaysia keeps this up already, I mean, those breaks and those 200s from Germany potentially already decided this map.
Well, yeah. That could be the case here. Rohan getting another draw. I don't really see... I mean, on this map in particular, I'm not sure... I don't really see Chiwi dropping Sioan as well. I'm not sure. I think, if anything, Chiwi is going to be the last one holding on the full combo. But,
Yeah, I mean, I still feel like that this is a kind of chart that both players on Malaysia can still definitely hold a combo on, so it really shouldn't be much of an issue.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, right now, I'd just be worried, like, if I was on Germany, just be worried about my combo and just try to maintain it as much as possible, and just hope for the very slight chance that Malaysia just has, like, a double drop or something from both their players.
Yeah.
But considering it's a chart like this, the speed's there, the stairs are there, but there's really, like, not much inconsistency. There's just a lot, like, this chart stays really straightforward with the amount of stairs and the amount of streams that are in it, so...
Yeah.
I mean,
Stankill struggling a bit.
Yeah, once and then twice again. I mean, Malaysia has a very convincing lead over Germany now.
Yep. And yeah, with that, Malaysia are going to be taking their second point.
Yeah, and that was a very convincing point indeed. I mean, that was definitely much more of a lead than they had on 2357 Magnum.
Oh, 1-200
from Chiwi.
2-200 from 4-200 from
Yeah, there. That is unbelievable.
There's not a lot you can do in the accuracy department here. Germany now thinking, what are we gonna pick here?
Yeah, if anything, I mean, they banned LN, so they're not going to go for that. And they've basically burnt to the accuracy stuff now, so they're really, I mean, they could try tension run if they're still really wanting to do accuracy.
Yeah, well, I don't think they should be, really. Yeah. I mean, that would be kind of... Ooh, they're going for Is This Love?
Okay, that's a good pick. Yeah. That's actually a good pick, I think. Because, yeah, Malaysia... Malaysia did ban gum, so potentially they practiced only Is This Love, which I think is like the next best option for them. But it looks like Malaysia's a bit uncomfortable on it, so this could be a first point we see coming out from Germany here.
Okay, now we actually have Dual Shock and Plane 14 on Germany's side.
Yeah, so definitely Germany pulling out a completely new roster for an SV chart. I mean, this is something they had prepared, so this could be it. This could be the first non-sweep we see the entire round of 16.
I mean, you know, these are the ace in the sleeve kind of like, or you know, these are the players who, what was the term? SV slave.
SV slave.
You know,
officially coined by Animal.
Forced to stay behind, like play these really annoying maps. Just you know, so the other players can train the rest of the map pool, you know, just in case they need that.
But yeah, I mean, I guess another thing to know is that Chewy isn't playing for Malaysia, and I guess maybe he just didn't have it prepared. And I don't know, Cryolian seemed a bit nervous in chat, but I mean, judging by like how like high of a caliber these players, you know, are, they I'm guessing their expectations of like, oh, I'm setting a bad score is still probably a very high scoring score. So
yeah,
we'll see how this plays out. Fingers crossed for Germany here, because I mean, if they do actually take this back, this game is officially within 1 point range here. So
yeah,
we'll see. Honestly, I think it just comes down to the first half of this map here, because if you look at like the second half, there's not that many SVs. There's only one really, really big teleport at the end that's kind of hard to hit. And actually, I think that teleport in particular at the very end is what could give Germany a point here if they really have that practice, or have this map practice at that kind of extent.
Yeah. But I mean, we're gonna be seeing a bit of an accuracy lead in Malaysia's side here. But you know, we're waiting for the SVs.
Yeah, I mean, really, even though they're within 4,000 points of each other already right off the bat, it's still not really going to matter much compared to the rest of the SVs here. The question is, can Germany hit them better than Malaysia? And will Malaysia CB? Already Z1 and Plane 14 both trading out misses, but it looks like Cryolian and DualShock both are still holding on to their FCs just fine.
Yeah, it's looking like Plane 14 is actually struggling a bit here.
Yeah, it seems like he's hitting and just later and later and later on these SVs and these teleports here, really struggling with that.
Potentially a bit of nerves here, actually. But we're getting a drop from Saiwan, and 2 drops actually. Plane 14 is building combo back up again, although quite a bit behind in the accuracy department. And
and DualShock missing there. That's the kind of thing that Germany definitely did not want there.
Yeah,
it was their only FC, and now the only FC is on the Malaysian side, and they have such a huge lead over Germany now. I mean, Z1, despite missing quite a few times, is still holding a 98.55, and I think it just goes to show that it's still this very strong accuracy and almost this very little to no 200 counts just keeping Malaysia alive right now.
Yeah, Plane 14 not having such a good time at the start of these LNs here. And these not really being that difficult. They may look a bit difficult on stream, but you know, you just gotta keep time on those teleports. And actually, I think you can mash all keys right there. But
and both Germans missing on the teleport I was just mentioning earlier. In Malaysia, practicing this map enough to actually get that teleport there. So yeah, I mean, I feel like just the amount of practicing for this chart really just had them from the get-go here. So
and
it's gonna be point 3 for Malaysia.
Was that a FC from Cryolian?
I believe so. Yes, it was.
Boy, that's a really good score from Cryolian, actually.
Yeah, 973 is still very strong on this map. So, despite banning Gum, they definitely put that kind of effort that they maybe be putting into Gum over to the Is This Love.
Yeah, Plane 14 getting just below the S rank, actually, and Malaysia going back to accuracy here with Tenshin Ranman something. Let's see, Tenshin Ranman Haikarahime Tsukimisake difficulty. You know, long notes, a bit of speed and accuracy based generally.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of similar to what we've seen so far with .357 Magnum and Origami. I mean, this keeps going in line to what kind of mask Malaysia's picking. I mean, they're really picking towards their strengths, or maybe not necessarily their strengths, but the things that they know they have an upper hand over Germany with. Like, they take this idea of, like, because they won on .357 Magnum, they won on Origami, so they've got to win on everything, like accuracy based or maybe speed based, and this is just another one of those charts. So definitely, like, just a lot of this game kind of revealing itself to Malaysia. Now Chiwi coming in here for Malaysia. I mean, this is going to be, especially his accuracy that we've seen so far in this match, has just been unprofound. So it's going to be just such a crazy score we're going to see from him. I'm expecting anyways.
But here we are going into the fourth map of this match. Malaysia's pick here, Tenshin Janmon Haikarahime.
Yep. Yeah, fairly basic start here, and really, I mean, there's not much to worry about for this map. There's not too many tough bursts. It's just, like I said, really consistent through. It's maybe a couple LN releases might throw a couple players off, but nothing much more than that, I think.
I'd say these mini jacks into chords are, especially the ones on your middle finger going into the chord on the ring finger, index, and thumb bar. I mean, for me, they're tricky, but I mean, obviously, all these players are doing well, and actually, he seems to have missed a drop from Stankill. Maybe that was just me.
No, I mean, he's been dropping quite a bit already. I mean, really, like, those mini jacks you mentioned were giving him a lot of trouble.
Still on 99.9 from Chiwi. Not letting up in the accuracy department. Back to mini jacks.
Yeah, and I mean, really, just this kind of pick, especially like how Stankill's just trying to really keep up right now, is like really not good for Germany, and just Malaysia's taking this so easily right now, I think.
Yeah. We actually have a question here. What's mini jacks again? Mini noodles? Question mark. So a jack is several notes on the same key. So you have to so you have to hit the same key several times. You know, continuously. And mini jack is just two of those.
Yeah. So basically, just two notes hit in like the same succession in a very quick manner.
Yeah.
I believe we should have another section of them coming up, actually, so that we can point out real quickly for you. But yeah, we are moving into the end of the chart here, and there's really not too much to worry about, just a bit of streaming here, and that's about it. I mean, both players on Malaysia are still holding really good scores. Alright, I guess I could have been mistaken. I don't think there's any more strictly like mini jack sections for the rest of this chart.
No, it does not seem that way.
Yeah, it's just this chord stream. I think it just ends on a hold on 1, 2, and 3. Yeah. And actually, there's one really tricky release at the very end here. If these guys practice, they should hit it just fine, but potentially we could see a quick CG here. Oh, Chiwi missing! Oh no,
Right
on the very last note, he was not prepared
Oh my
for that.
lord, 200s!
Oh, that's still an unbelievable score from him. And,
lord.
Oh, Cryolian with 3 300s as well. That's such a crazy score.
Oh lord. Well, there you go.
Yeah. Still though, wow, that's just really just two incredibly high scores from the Malaysian side. Really a comfortable pick from them. They definitely had good intentions for themselves picking there.
And now Germany, you know, they might go for Phantasmagoria, as you mentioned, but you know, that as a pick is generally like I mean, I'd say if I was playing in this tournament and I had made it to round of 16 and Phantasmagoria was unbanned, I'd think, and our opponents picked it, I'd think, how dare you?
Yeah, I mean, I
Why
think this
would
is one
you
of those
do
things,
that?
like, this is, I think this is one of those parts where, like, Phantasmagoria, despite being such a horrible chart in a lot of players' eyes, it could be something here that could really benefit Germany. Okay, so they pick Snowflakes, which honestly, like, isn't that bad either. I mean, there's a couple SVs in there. It could benefit Germany some more, and I mean, oh man, just just the fact
Yeah.
that I mean, Phantasmagoria is the kind of chart that, like, oh, you just have to be so keen with your timing and absolutely precise. You can't read anything wrong. So it's such a risky pick, and it's definitely understandable
Yeah.
why Germany would do it.
I mean, it's not like the patterns are super comfortable either. No, we have ridiculous slow jam with like these stairs that are so difficult to time, and it's not even like they have a comfortable BPM so you can just stream. No, it's an uncomfortable BPM with ridiculous slow jam and somewhat tricky patterns as well.
I think it is
Why?
worth noting that, like, despite being like what players consider not the best map, like, I think it does fit into this map pool.
I'd agree with that.
Like, because I mean, it's got the slow jams, it's got the stairs, but, like, it really, like, it's a way for, like, an underdog team to just get that quick point, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like teams ban it for the sole purpose of, like, just not having some really weird, like, curveball or left field play come out from the other team where they're like, okay, we're gonna pick Phantasmagoria now, and maybe the other team gets a terrible score on it too, but then the team that picks Phantasmagoria, the team they pick it against, they do way worse and they weren't expecting it. I think that's kind of the point of it being in this pool. It's like a really, really strategic pick if they have the chance to pick it.
Yeah.
But moving into Snowflakes here, I mean, this is still a fairly decent pick. I mean, if Germany's comfortable in this, then I think they can, maybe do some damage here. But knowing Chiwi and Z1, I mean, these are two really good players. I mean, on a chart like this, it's well, yeah. I mean, this is going to be probably pretty standard for the Malaysian team, especially since I think most of them, or at least some of them, come from O2 Jam, where, I mean, some of these patterns are fairly commonplace.
Yeah. We're actually getting dual shock in on Germany's side instead of stand kill, it seems. But maybe dual shock just had better performance on this map in particular.
Probably. I mean, it seems like Germany does kind of have their rosters laid out for each song. I mean, they definitely had that laid out for Is This Love. They weren't really just picking out players willy-nilly for whatever song they so chose.
I mean, you can see which teams are more prepared than others in terms of, like, oh, okay, well, I mean, for the Swedish team in particular, I can say how we do it. We make a spreadsheet on Google Drive, and everyone, like, puts in their scores and what map they're comfortable with. Because
what does it look like?
But you can see some other teams, just like, okay, well, we'll just, like, I see some teams where they don't even really communicate with, like, warm-ups and stuff, and I feel a bit, like, hurt on the inside in a deep part of myself. Why would you do that in a tournament setting? And boy, what's going on?
Oh no, we're just having a bit of difficulty here because I think the sync is a bit messed up on DualShock side, so the score is, like, really leaning over towards Malaysia, even though it was a bit inaccurate. Actually, that's weird. Rohan's actually holding a higher score than Z1 here, but Shiwi's still really keeping up that score that's way higher than DualShock. Looks like while we were a bit away, Rohan did miss, and so did Shiwi. DualShock missing the very end, though. That's really not going to be good for Germany here. But yeah, song coming to a close here. Malaysia with a really convincing lead here.
Yep. And I mean, with that, we can actually say that Malaysia is going to be taking this match.
Yep, so this is going to be the fourth sweep of the round of 16 and also the fourth match of the round of 16. So
there you go.
If these teams really keep it up, I mean, we could see a full sweep round here.
Yeah, well, I guess we We're gonna hope that that's not gonna happen. But anyways, congratulations to Malaysia for winning this match over Germany. Their next, so they move on in round of 16, and Germany moved down to, or they moved down to losers brackets.
Yep, Malaysia playing against the United States and Germany playing against Australia. So I think, especially Germany versus Australia, it's going to be a pretty good game to look forward to. I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I
So
agree with
yeah,
that.
really like keep a eye out on that one. But
Yeah.
yeah, in the meantime, here we have just under half an hour until our next match coming up here.
Yep.
So we will be taking a quick break here. I believe we will be swapping commentators too, so look out for that. But before we go, I guess just would like to mention if you guys are interested in any or supporting your favorite team, we do have banners up on the OC store now. If you'd like to drop a little, I suppose, a donation to your team, all funds do go to the prize pool. So
and
be sure to check that out when you have the chance.
Yeah, and you get a really good-looking banner on your profile saying which team you support, which is, it just really makes your profile extra juicy if you care about that.
Yeah.
It's really good looking. Promise.
Yep. And if there's any other information you guys are curious about that maybe we couldn't clarify enough for you, we should have a lot of information posted on the wiki, so be sure to check that out too. If you're interested in any future matches or when other matches you guys are interested are coming up, please check out the wiki. And yeah, I think that'll do it. I don't really have much else to say.
Yeah, same for me. Unfortunately, you won't be hearing our beautiful voices in about 25 minutes. You'll be hearing two Australians, I believe.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, this is Stupid Man Invento signing off. See you guys in a bit.
Peace.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the 7 Mania World Cup 2018. We're going to be getting back into the matches with South Korea versus Italy right now. I am Potassium F, joined with Juan Crystal.
Hello, Pod, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well, thank you. Bit late in Australia, but that's okay. Perfect time to be commentating. Some exciting matches, hopefully.
It's quite early here in Argentina, so I guess it's fair for both sides, right?
Yeah, bit of a middle ground between both.
I guess it happens when you have like 12 hours of difference or something like that, maybe 13 actually.
Yeah, it's quite large. I'm like plus 11 UTC.
Oh,
so that's
that's 14 hours.
Yeah, that's pretty huge.
Yeah, it's actually pretty impressive that we are commentating together a match. Like,
yeah,
the one time
from opposite parts of the globe.
Yep, that's how crazy this game is, ladies and gentlemen.
Anyway, getting into the match, we have South Korea versus Italy, which is both of them being top seeds actually, but Italy coming second in their group.
Yeah, in fact,
what
actually,
do you think about this match?
Actually, the only team that didn't got number 1 seed of his group being the top seed, I think. So it's an interesting one. I mean, everyone should know that South Korea is the favorite team to take the whole tournament on their own. But I will say Italy might have a shot on 1 or 2 of these picks, and perhaps they can get the momentum. I'm surprised South Korea in a way, but it's looking complicated for the European. I'll place my bets on South Korea regardless, but it will be an interesting match, I feel.
Yeah, Italy definitely a very strong team. They do have top seed for a good reason, but unfortunately they do have to face South Korea, who were on an absolute tear in group stage.
They had a bit of a bad luck, I will say, on the draftings.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, against Philippines, the stronger high seed.
Yeah, we saw especially Estonian and Jackads in groups getting some insanely high accuracy scores. But that said, Yomiel from Italy was also put out a lot of really good scores that might be able to match the South Koreans in some aspects.
I'll say that Yomiel and Happy Overjoy aren't that far away of the level of the Koreans overall, but the question is how much of an accuracy round this is going to be for these two teams, because I feel South Korea will do overall quite well on pretty much every single pick on the poll that is not like an SB pick. But still, we'll have to see if Italy can actually keep up with that, because if it's not accuracy for them, then they're gonna have a bit of a trouble here. I don't really expect South Korea to drop a single miss in most of these maps, so Italy will have to make up for that with amazing accuracy somehow.
Yeah, and beating South Korea in accuracy is no small feat.
Definitely not. I guess they could try and go for long notes. Italy is a pretty decent team at that. But South Korea also has their own backups, and they should do well on them nonetheless. I feel with the releases, maybe they will have some opportunities, some chances on maps like Agony. If it doesn't get banned, it will be an interesting choice for them. I feel that maybe even, how was this one called? Kengen could be a decent pick for them as well.
Yeah, perhaps also the SV. Wait.
I guess if they practice, it could be an option.
Yeah. Well, if South Korea doesn't practice the SV maps as much as Italy, then there is an opportunity. But then, you would expect South Korea to do well either way on all of the maps.
Actually, it seems I'm getting some information that Italy, it's not showing so far, which is interesting. Hopefully it's not the case. Hopefully they are just like waking up, because it's like I think it's like 1 p.m. over there, though. They should be awake. Maybe they are like finishing lunch or something.
Well, some people do like to wake up at 2 p.m.
I agree. I'm one of those.
Yeah, same. But it wouldn't be that great to have a win by default in the World Cup.
Yeah, it will be actually the first one on the whole tournament. I mean, I was expecting maybe 1 or 2 on group stages. It didn't happen, so if it happens now, it will be a bit sad, honestly. Like, for example, the team that was on that group, I think it was UK, could be playing this match instead, and they'll probably be super happy if they had the chance. So wins by defaults are always like kind of sad to see happening, although usually their teams have their own reasons, and usually they are understandable. I'm not saying it's not the case here, but I mean, it's always kind of unfortunate that they happen for the teams that didn't make it and for themselves, honestly, because the experience is also something that you will want to experience yourself.
Yeah, at the end of the day, even if you think that there's no chance of you winning, you can always just get in there and have some fun. Try your best.
At least show off into the stream a little bit, like
Yeah.
all the like I don't get the word. Can you help me out with that word? Exposure. There we go.
Wait.
Get exposure. I think it was the word I was looking for. Even if you might not win the match, you can still like show that you're good at the game. Like have some
you can
banter with the
show
South
off
Koreans.
a little bit. Even maybe have a little competition within your own team.
Correct. Maybe you can actually just steal a point from Korea. Imagine like that would be awesome. Like
Yeah, that
Sure,
would be really good.
you want to win the matches, but I mean taking points up for Korea, it's definitely an achievement on its own. But yeah, we're currently waiting though. We will wait around 15 minutes, which is the timer that we set for matches that are still not happening. Like you have 15 minutes after the match was scheduled to get the players back into the game in case they are missing. So they have 15 minutes still before declaring the win by default, but it's looking hard. I don't think they will show up, honestly.
Yeah, well, if no one's showed up now, there is always a little bit of hope, so it is good to wait out the full time, but yeah, it will be a little bit unfortunate if we don't have a match here. So I mean, while we're waiting, if anyone wants to ask us any questions, maybe in Twitch chat, anything to do with maybe the World Cup or 7 Key or Mania in general.
Grand Finals prediction, they're asking for that. What's your prediction, Pod?
Grand Finals prediction. Well, I think South Korea is definitely the strongest contender to go into the Grand Finals. And for the second team to make it there, I would have had a pretty difficult time choosing between China and Malaysia, to be honest. But unfortunately, Malaysia is in the same side of the bracket as Korea. So I do think it'll end up as Korea versus China.
Yeah, I think
in
the grand
women's
final,
finals, at least.
yeah, I think the
the
grand
women's
final
finals.
matchup doesn't really matter the brackets because it's always gonna be the two better teams.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully should be. But I will say that I will actually risk it and say that the grand finals will be Korea versus Malaysia. I think Malaysia has just enough to take down China this year. They have a really strong roster, and I will love to see the grand final between Korea and Malaysia. And I think they have what it takes, honestly.
Yeah, Malaysia especially have Chiwi, who is playing out of his mind, just overall at the moment, both in and out of the tournament. And it'll be interesting to see how far they can go against South Korea, who are very clearly the favourites with their really strong roster.
Well, this is another question here. This is quite interesting one, saying, does good Rainbow 300 ratio come naturally as you progress, or do you have to train it in a very specific way? You're a flashlight player, so I don't really know how it works for you, Pod. I can't even see my judgment when I'm playing flashlight, honestly.
Wait, oh right, yeah, that just you just need to get the right skin with that. That takes a little bit of tweaking. But as a flashlight player, for me, I basically, a good part of like getting better for my ratio, I just kind of developed naturally while playing. But that was mainly because, you know, when you start playing flashlight, your timing isn't great, and it takes a while for you to actually get the visual timing. So because I'm like a visual player, and I time it visually with the notes, a lot of it kind of came naturally after a while, a bit of like practice. But then obviously with ratio, there's only so far you can actually go without specifically training it, in my opinion. I think you can get to like a level that you can consider like decent, but if you want to get like extremely good ratio, I think you do have to do some form of accuracy training. Maybe like playing with hard rock, or just playing really easy maps to try and get like ridiculously high scores.
I will say that playing with hard rock is not particularly needed. I don't do it myself. Yeah, there's people that does it, and it's actually a good method to train your accuracy, I will say. But honestly, I just think that the best way is just playing stuff where you're comfortable, like double S-ing or full comboing consistently, and just trying to improve that ratio. Trying to hear your key taps while you're playing, that will help a lot. And if you are an auto player, if you're using more your ears than your eyes to actually get good accuracy out of beat map, you really want to hear your own key taps, trying to like split the play field into different snaps, and that will definitely help you out improving their accuracy. But again, it just comes down to practice and how much effort you put onto it. Naturally, you're gonna get like 3-to-1, maybe 4-to-1 ratios if you're good with rhythms overall. But if you really want to push that gap up a little bit further, like 10-to-1 or somewhere around that point, you really need specific training.
Yeah, it's really important to train the individual skill sets. You can't really ignore any particular skill set and expect to be good at it later. So I know for me, I completely ignored Jax for the longest time. And look at me now, I'm terrible at Jax.
Well, I usually actually have that issue too. Thankfully, when I realized that the dank curses for Mania actually exist, I started training other aspects like speed and stamina, which were like my weakest points by far. And I'm getting kind of decent at it. I'm still not particularly amazing on it, but the specific training definitely works well. When you're training a specific skill set overall, it's very important to like play those maps that are like right on the limit of your capabilities and get decent scores out of it. And I'm not just trying to pass songs that you're maybe not able to do before, but trying to get those ones that are like 94, 95-ish, trying to improve them to like 97 and going forward through that point, through that path.
Yeah, when you do get those big improvements, it always feels really nice.
It feels amazing. The day I got Dan 10, I was like, oh my god, I'm so proud of myself.
Yeah, Dan 10 is pretty brutal. Dan 10 has The Lost Dedicated as the first map, right?
Correct.
That's,
yes.
Yeah, that's a wall I'm not going to be able to overcome for a long while. Haha.
Well, that's definitely like the main nightmare for most of the players, especially because it's the first one. But I'll argue the last map, not the last map, the third map for Garden is also quite hard. But anyways, this is a 7 key World Cup actually. We shouldn't be talking about 4 key dance.
7 keys, same thing. 3 extra scratches. Close enough.
I mean,
Close enough.
yeah,
4K
I guess.
with 3 scratches.
Thinking.
Anyway, about 7 key. So what kind of maps do you like to play with 7 key, if you do at all?
Oh, well, I mean, I'm not particularly good at 7 key, so I don't really play it that much. But I will love to see more maps that are like joke type patterns, but with cool SBs. Like that will be my jam, 100%. Yeah, joke tiers, like very easy, like 2 stars.
Oh, right.
Or somewhere around that.
Yeah.
But with SVs, that will be pretty.
So like coinage.
Yeah, like coinage, but on 7
So-
key or something like that.
Like 7 key coinage.
That's definitely my type. I actually enjoy playing long nose a fair amount. I actually am not as great as 4 key on it, of course, because I don't really play 7 key that much. But I find it easier to read long node patterns than price patterns overall in 7 key.
Yeah, I find I'm actually finding 7 key long node patterns really fun recently. So I've been trying to get better at that. Even trying a bit of 7 key inverse.
Ouch.
Yeah, it is seriously ouch.
It seems we are close to
Yeah.
hit this limit. I think Italy still has 5 more minutes, but there's still no news, no signs of any of the players.
Yeah, just a few minutes left of their limit. And I don't know, maybe they're rushing to their computers right now. Set their alarm for 12:10 UTC.
What will be the next match though anyway? It will be, if I recall correctly, France versus the Philippines, right?
No.
Or it's
it'll be
Japan. No, it's Japan versus Chile. Yeah, it's Japan versus Chile. You're correct.
Japan versus Chile. And hopefully we don't get a win by default for that, because I'm really excited for that matchup, personally.
It will be cool, definitely. If
Yeah.
Chile can actually perform well at 10 a.m., which is a time that you have to like wake up quite early to warm up and be prepared for it. And considering they only
yes.
have 2 players, it might be a bit of a struggle on their own just by timing itself. And Japan is not a weak team at all this year. They might lack 2 of their really well-known players, but that doesn't mean they don't have good backups at all. Like the 2 main players that Japan has right now are very, very scary, managing to take 2 points out of US in the group stage. They should do quite alright against Chile. I'm actually not so sure who's gonna win that match. I'll say Chile, but it's gonna be a really close one.
Yeah, Chile looks really strong in groups. Pretty overpowering, actually. But Japan has some really strong players. Particularly Alzen was setting some really impressive scores during group stage. And if that transfers over to round of 16, then they could give Chile the run for their money. Also, they do have the classic old time zone handicap, which helps Japan out a little bit there.
Well, to be fair, it's also quite late on Japan, so it's up to them really. Maybe they're just not comfortable playing at night.
It depends on the type of players.
I will say that Europeans, maybe not Europeans, but America and Oceania are good at playing at night, but I have experience from Asian countries that they usually do fine on early morning, like 11, 10 a.m. And they usually have a would rather play at that time than at like 11 p.m. Or at least that's what I experienced so far hosting other tournaments.
Oh yeah, that is interesting. I think we're getting up to the time limit now.
It looks like it.
Yep, and the time has been called, so South Korea will win by default against Italy.
First win by default of the tournament. Again, kind of a sad thing to see. I don't think we will cover the stream with anything else other than like a little bit of music for, let's say, half an hour, 40 minutes, until we have all the players gathered for the match between Japan and Chile. That will hopefully be an interesting one.
Yeah, and just so everyone knows, South Korea will move on to verse the winner of Brazil versus Argentina, which will be happening later tonight. And Italy will be versing the loser of that match of Brazil versus Argentina. Those will be happening next week in this, quarterfinals?
Yep, next weekend is the quarterfinals. Losers bracket for Italy and winners bracket for South Korea. Remember, this doesn't mean that Italy gets eliminated yet. This is the first match of the bracket stage, so they only get knocked down to the losers bracket, where they still have a second chance. They should do alright against Argentina or Brazil. I think Italy is a strong enough team to be able to fight against those two. And South Korea, it's gonna face the winner of that match. So South Korea not playing today, but still looking strong for next weekend, I will say, even though we haven't seen any of them.
Yeah, might feel a little bit bad for the South Korean players. They've spent a lot of time practicing the SV maps. Unfortunate that they don't get to play them this week, but we'll still be able to see them next week.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Oh well, I think we should be going into a music break now, so everyone on chat, stay tuned, because in half an hour we will be back with the match between Chile and Japan. Actually in 40 minutes, but we should be back with that. Enjoy some music right now. Meanwhile, we're gonna be preparing things to make Japan versus Chile a very awesome match.
Circles. Click. Circles. Click. Circle.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the 7-Key Mania World Cup. Coming back from that rather long break from the win by default match. But up here we will be having Chile versus Japan starting very shortly. I'm Potassium F again, and this time I'm joined with the lustiest platypus himself.
Hello, hello. I'm indeed very lusty, and also definitely a platypus.
Yeah, he actually managed to wake up for this match.
Oh, don't.
Yeah.
That's too far, dude.
No. But yeah, we have the Australian duo here, about to get into the next match, which I'm quite excited for, actually. Chile versus Japan. Top seed versus mid seed, but Japan definitely very menacing mid seed.
Yeah, I was actually just looking at the lineup, and I think, like, while Chile definitely a strong team, also has that kind of weird situation where there are only 2 players, so anything that they're, like, particularly weak at is kind of more of a problem because you don't have, like, extra players that can fill in those gaps.
Yeah, it will make them, potentially a bit less well-rounded in overall. Other teams you may see some people specialize in certain aspects like LN, or maybe like one person is dedicated to learning the SV maps or something like that. But having only 2 people on the team can kind of limit you in that way.
Yeah, and if someone doesn't have enough time to practice for those SV picks, it might be a bit difficult to justify picking them at all. But we'll have to see coming up. Probably we'll get our first bit of information with the picks and the bans, and then the first pick, and we'll see. We'll probably get a good idea of who's practicing and who's not, based on what they ban.
Yeah, and even though we did say that Chile only do have 2 players, these 2 players are extremely good. Scum and Gonzalo, extremely high-level players.
There's definitely a reason why they were top seed.
Yeah, despite them only having 2 players, I would favour them in this match, but I do think Japan can take some points back.
Yeah, Japan, of course, having a full team of 4 players, meaning that they might have a more well-rounded skill set. Maybe looking at the more LN picks, maybe the SV picks if they've had players more dedicated just to practicing those.
Yeah, potentially. We do have 2 full-on SV picks, and 1 wacky-ass slow jam map, which is Phantasmagoria.
Yeah, so it means that in terms of bans, it's actually impossible for the teams to ban out all the SV maps. So if you're neck and neck in an equal match, you're gonna have to play those maps, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that said, we have seen most of our bans so far in this round have been towards Gum and Phantasmagoria, both of which are pretty expected. I don't think there's many people at all who particularly want to play Phantasmagoria because of that intro. Slow jam intro is just extremely... it's so tilting.
Slow jam tends to be like an area where some people really enjoy it, but a lot of people just do not at all.
Yeah, it's one of those things that some people just despise.
But
for
this is a tournament.
Yeah.
And the tournament map pool does not care about your feelings.
We will go to the first warm-up here. I didn't quite catch whose warm-up this was, but it'll be Sunny Shining Ring.
My guess is
which is a BMS map.
Chile, because it's BMS, but I'm not 100% sure.
BMS, so don't expect any
LN
long notes, any LN at all. You get the one, just the one.
And it's level 21, so I mean, I'm not exactly sure, but I'm fairly sure it's going to be difficult.
21 is quite difficult, as we can see.
Yeah, I'm not precisely sure of the difficulty levels, but I'm fairly sure 21's quite hard.
And we can see just how strong these Chilean players are overall here. They are holding some really strong scores so far, with the start of that map being quite hectic. That said though, Alzen is actually beating, I think he's beating both of the Chilean players at the moment by a really tiny amount.
Oop. Oh wait, no, that wasn't a miss on his part. It looked like a miss on his part on my for a tiny bit there, but I've adjusted.
And that is a player I think. Yeah, that is a player that I think Chile need to watch out for a lot, is Alzen, because he did set some like really insane scores during groups, and he only just missed then, so he comboed half the map, which is insane.
Yeah, and compared to the Chilean side, this is their warm up, but they are having a bit more trouble compared to Alzen, especially on the combo front. The accuracy front, it looks like Scarlem and Alzen are roughly the same, and Gonzalo is just a little bit behind. And poor Harriman around the 90% mark.
Yeah, well, nothing to be ashamed of. It is, it looks like a pretty hard map.
I mean, it is definitely beyond my capabilities as a 7K player.
I would have to agree. I would have to agree for myself there. The density of the nodes just looks insane.
The classic BMS ending there, where it just goes insane. It's just like, you're gonna lose your ranking now.
Yeah, so we have Chile winning their own warm-up there.
And we're gonna see Japan's warm-up coming up hopefully soon. Looks like they already had it prepared.
It's going to be a Future Cider, by the looks of it.
Just I don't know why, but the word future in there just makes me think it's going to be like some railgun LN map. I'm fairly sure it's wrong, but I don't know, that word. Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Hey, who knows? Maybe it could be an LN map. Anyway, no,
I'm trying to like tell from the song. I'm trying to use like our psychic abilities just to like visualize the map.
You're just playing it in your head.
Yeah, I'm just like
while the music goes.
I'm like closing my eyes and I'm like moving my arms around. I'm just like, where are the notes? What are they?
You have to feel the music.
Yeah. You have to feel the rhythm. Click to the beat. Boom.
Haha, just hit the notes, dude.
Yeah.
Anyway, just waiting on players to be ready now. We get into Japan's warm-up.
Looks like we're just waiting for Alzen to ready up. Oh, it looks like he had a bit of lag there. Looks like he's back now.
Oh yeah. That can happen sometimes. Just gotta be patient.
And we're going right into Japan's warm-up here. Future Cider, Future Candy difficulty.
And
Oop.
waiting for it to sync up, or maybe not. Yeah, here we go.
Oh, it looks like there was just a maybe
Bit
play
of
lag or
delay.
something like that. Yeah. Nonetheless, though, we are getting in here. Looks like there's just a bit of simple layering, but it looks like it's more of a rice chart so far. Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh, it's an SV. Well, this is a bit of a hint. Maybe Japan is actually either they're scouting out, but maybe they've actually practiced the SV picks, plan on picking them.
Yeah, that will be a really that'll be really good for Japan actually. So that gives a few more maps that they could potentially win on.
Yeah, definitely picking the practicing the SV picks, especially if you can't just ban them all out like last round, is super important because if your opponent is practicing and you have them, those are just 3 points that you're losing there.
Yeah, you just give away points if you don't manage to practice them.
Well, it looks like this map just has a bit of everything actually.
Yeah, it's
Some slow
quite,
jam.
oh no. Yeah, the picking Phantasmagoria. Yep. Called it.
Judging by the patterns in this map, I can confirm they're gonna pick maps.
They're going to pick maps.
Yeah, there's gonna be maps and they're gonna be picked.
I'm gonna add to that and say the maps that they pick will probably be in the map pool.
Probably. We're not sure yet.
Yeah, we're not 100% sure, but there is a decent chance.
There's like a 95% chance. Well, we'll
Anyway,
see.
the patterns are getting really complicated here. With some
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of-
really fast LN.
We're seeing more slow jam, yes!
It seems like Japan's having a slightly better time at the slow jam than Chile. Bit of scouting there.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think, like... Because Japan doesn't have the same view that we have, so they might not be able to realize that. That's the kind of the problem with these, like, all-rounder picks. If you're trying to use them to scout.
Yeah, maybe they have other team members watching the stream right now.
Potentially.
Who knows? But yeah, I can see Chile potentially banning Phantasmagoria if they're not entirely comfortable with slow jam patterns.
Yeah, I think that's a bandit they might go for. It might be the case that they have practiced it though, and they might be a bit more confident, but again, we'll have to see.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if any of these teams are quite comfortable with different SV patterns. We might see something other than the standard Phantasmagoria gum bans.
Yeah, potentially.
There's only been one match where both of those weren't banned, and it was I think it was Gum and Full Moon Night
Right.
that were banned instead.
But we're coming towards the end here, and it looks like Chile's going to take that by about 130,000 points.
Yeah, but once again we do see Alzen with a really nice 97 there. Hara Man
Yeah.
just trailing behind the other three players. But that shouldn't matter too much in the round of 16 map pool, because we are not up to that
It's a bit
difficulty.
easier,
Yeah.
or
Quite a
potentially
lot
harder,
easier.
depending on how you view SVs.
True.
You never know.
You never know.
It's a whole other world. Those SVs, I'll tell you.
Yeah, well, if you suck at slow jam as much as I do, you won't be able to pass Phantasmagoria.
Oh no, that's not good. Well, we're coming into the time for the captains to roll the dice to see who. Oh wait, never mind. They've already rolled the dice.
No, they've already banned.
Yeah.
Chile banned.
Damn, they did it before the score was.
Chile
Okay, so we're
banned
gonna see the classic.
Phantasmagoria, and Japan banned Gum. So we see the same bans as pretty much always.
Dude, they like living like in the future.
And
I didn't even see the rolls.
Japan picks 0.357 Magnum, which is the more accuracy-oriented pick of the map pool, I would say. Probably the most stack heavy. Some slight LNs, but more geared towards ACK. Yeah, and I think that does play into Japan pretty well. I think their accuracy is quite decent, especially Alzen. His accuracy in groups was really formidable. And we will see Khalid 4 coming in for Japan.
Yeah, Alzen's accuracy during the warm-ups looked like it was, for the most part, beating out both the Chilean players. It just really depends on the second player for the Japan side of whether or not they can also keep up.
And as we're getting into the start, you can see scores are basically even. Chile having a really small accuracy advantage by the looks of it, as both Skallam and Gonzalu's ratios seem to be extremely high.
Yeah, it looks like the scores are actually just neck and neck right now. It looks like it's just going towards Chile though. Still extremely close, within 1/300 of each other, just about.
Yeah, it's anyone's game so far, but we are just about 1/3 of the way into the map.
And this is where the consistency comes into play, because it's easy for shorter maps to hold a higher accuracy, but when that map goes longer and longer, your accuracy starts to drop out towards the end. So we'll have to see if players, if their accuracy falters at all.
It's insanely close right now. The accuracies are pretty much exactly tied.
They're actually like neck and neck right now.
Well, the scores are the same. Oh my god.
It's on 200 just then, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like
we got a 200.
Yeah, quick. His accuracy has dropped down below 99.6 now, while both of the Chilean players are holding 99.77.
Still, though, it's anyone's game. The scores are still really close. It's just that Chile has a slight lead by what seems to be just 1/200.
Oh, it's coming towards the end of the map. Quicklid's accuracy has gone down, unfortunately.
A few more 200s there at the end, and that looks like it's going to be a point for Chile.
So Chile earning themselves a break point at the very start. Winning on Japan's own pick will be extremely good for them.
Skallam also picking up a 100 there, which is 1/100. Otherwise, his score would be quite close to Alzen's.
Yeah, Alzen scoring the 995,000 points, only 2/200s, and an extremely good ratio.
Despite that, this pick was only decided by 9,000 points.
Yeah, an unlucky couple act drops from Quicklid just decided that.
Well, it'll be interesting to see where Chile goes for this, because they might be looking to go for the more BMS style charts. But if the accuracy comes into play too much, Japan might be able to steal some points from under their feet.
If they are looking for more of the rice maps, potentially Spaceman could be a pick.
Yeah.
Probably one of the harder maps of the pool, more technical and very trilly and fast.
But it looks like we are going to be picking Is This Love?
Oh, so they picked Is This Love, which is the remaining SV map of the pool. Japan did ban gum, so
that could be a sign.
Yeah, so maybe Japan's not all that comfortable on SV. Or maybe Chile is just extremely good at it, who knows?
Yeah, maybe this is their plan all along. Well, we're going to find out very soon who is practiced, who is not, and who is put in the most effort.
Yeah, the same players will be staying on for the Japan side.
The same players for the Chilean side, Kappa.
Yeah. you would think with two players on their team. Yeah. Anyway, start of the map, pretty simple.
Yeah, we're seeing the accuracies just neck and neck right now, which is to be expected, but if it keeps like this, I think it'll just come down to who's been practicing the SV more.
Yeah, the accuracy here doesn't really matter too much. What's important is this section coming up right here, which is the harder of the SV sections here. We see Alzen missing right away at the start.
That is not good at all for Japan.
I'll give quite a good lead over to...
Oh, everyone except for Scarlet missing on the exact same note there.
And that is actually really good for Chile.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be on to Scarlet now to hold that combo and bring a large lead to the Chilean side. Japan has to hope that he's going to drop sometime soon if they have any chance of winning.
Yeah, on top of holding the combo advantage, Chile also has higher accuracy on both of their players at the moment. So Japan will be hoping that both Scalam and Gonzalo drop soon. And probably multiple times as well.
Yeah, just taking a quick look at the accuracies, it looks like Gonzalo is actually holding the same accuracy as Scalam despite missing once. On the Japan side though, looks like they're behind both kind of at the same point as well, and just the 98.5. We're coming into the kind of teleport chord section here.
Unfortunately, there's not really that many hard SV patterns left. Most of them were in the first half. There is just one more teleport, which is coming up here.
Looks like
catches out Alzen.
Looks like Scarlet might be looking for an FC here. We'll have to see if he can hold it just for the remainder of the map.
And it looks like Chile will take their second point of the match. Gonzalo missing.
Yeah, let it go too early.
But that won't matter in the end. Scalam with the really impressive full combo. 975,000 points. All players above 900,000 actually, which is really impressive, but Chile having that extra edge.
Yeah, this is where the interesting parts of the SV pick come in, because even if you kind of have practiced them just a little bit, just enough to play them, if your opponent has played them a lot and they can full combo it, then you're still gonna have trouble. So it's really like a game of who practices more, who's more comfortable with it.
Yeah, and Japan's pick again, they're going with Agony. So going away from the more accuracy-oriented picks like earlier and trying out more of an LN map.
This is where I'm interested, because we know that both these teams are potentially quite strong in LN, but I think Chile, compared to their Rice skills, it might not be as strong, so there could be a chance for Japan maybe to show them up just a tiny bit, and as we've seen, just a tiny bit in this match in terms of accuracy is just enough to get the win.
And we'll see. Both the accuracies still pretty even. Both teams having exceptional accuracy on just like the basic rice parts and the rolls. Looks like the main part of the battle will be decided in the long note streams that we'll see in the second half of the map.
This is something that we've seen at the start of most of the matches, at the most of the maps of these matches so far, where the teams are just neck and neck until the main gimmick. Oh, Gonzalo missing there.
Gonzalo missing. This gives a huge opportunity to Japan. If Japan manages to hold that stream.
All they have to do is hold their combo. It's no longer just an accuracy battle. It's just that miss from Gonzalo is just enough to push the score lead in their favor, and all they have to do is hold their combo.
Oh, but it's still so close.
Ooh,
it's just a few thousand points difference. Oh. Will it be enough?
Coming towards the edge here.
Any accuracy drops could decide this right now.
And it looks like it's going to be Japan's.
A 3,000 point difference in favor of Japan
was more than enough to give Japan the point there. However, the accuracy,
one miss.
The ratio power from the Chilean side, even on those LNs, still very strong, and also almost took the point despite having that miss. So you can see the accuracy still plays an important part.
Yeah, wow. That insanely close map.
By 3,355 points.
With that, we will have our first match of the weekend that is not a sweep. So there will be no sweeps this hour.
No sweeps, everyone.
No sweeps. And Chile does go with Spaceman as their next pick.
Yep,
the hardest of the rice maps in the pool.
A bit more technical. I like it. Yeah, this is definitely where I think Chile would have gone.
Yeah, I do think Chile has quite a strong advantage on this, because we did see their ability in just rice skill in the warm-ups. But that said, Alzen can give them a run for their money, and we don't quite know how good Quicklet is, because he didn't play in the warm-ups.
We'll have to see here. I believe his accuracy quite strong. However, Chilean side's accuracy is a bit more than strong. It's absolutely godlike.
Gonzalo finding some accuracy drops.
As I say that though,
this section,
letting me down.
The intro. And this map is extremely technical and quite long as well, at 3 minutes long. There's a lot of trills and just patterns that are not very nice to play, even if you are really good at the game. It is really easy to find breaks.
And we're seeing the typical head-to-head that we've been seeing in this every single map so far. Both teams within a couple thousand points of each other, purely on the accuracy wars. It looks like they're almost evenly matched.
Yeah, but it does seem like Gonzalo did drop his accuracy quite early on, so he is trailing behind the other three players a little bit, and that's giving Japan a slight edge.
Picked up another 200 there, but it looks like his accuracy is slightly building here. Scarlum and Alzen are matching each other's accuracy, so the score drops from Gonzalo there pretty much what are making up the score difference here.
As you can see, that accuracy difference is what, 2,000 points?
Yeah, it's not much at all.
It is.
Anything, you can see like the score just flickering back every once in a while when the accuracy kind of goes a bit higher or lower.
Whoa, this is really close. Anything could change this. Even like a couple 200s from any player could completely tip the balance over. And Skull finding a miss! Oh, in that trill.
That is
That
not
could
good
be the
at all
deciding
for
moment.
Chile.
There's
Right
still
at
out
the
of
halfway
30.
mark as well.
Yeah. And that's going to affect his score quite a lot. Japan need to keep their
However,
confidence up though.
If
Gonzalo finding a miss
also
as well.
dropping, I think that could be it for Chile on this pick here. Unless Japan drops,
Oh,
but all they have to
still-
do is hold on. I don't think there's enough accuracy
Oh, they have to
for
hold on
Chile
for the
to
rest
pick
of
up,
the
even
map.
if they.
Yeah, oh my god,
Yeah, there still
that,
is quite a bit.
and that will be Japan winning on Chile's own pick. Unless
Chile
one of them
won on
disconnects right
Japan's
now.
first pick. Oh, don't say that. Yeah, but Chile winning on Japan's first pick, and Japan says, not so fast. We'll match you one. Bringing
That's
it to 2-2.
Oh, quickly trying to get a little bit fancy there. Playing everything inverse. I don't think he wants to do that though.
It looks like the score will be 2-2 now, neck and neck.
Yeah. Wow.
That match also decided by 11,000 points, which is, all things considered, actually not that large of a score difference.
Yeah, it is. It is an extremely close score difference. You look at the accuracy of all four players, and there's like no difference.
Yeah,
They had all four had exactly the same accuracy. It was just the misses, just one miss each from the Chilean players that decided that. And now Japan goes after Tenshin Ranman, which is more of an accuracy pick again, I would say. Has a few like slight chord streams, and like a kind of slowish, comfortable BPM, and also has quite a few mini jacks and a little bit of LN thrown in there. Bit
yeah.
of a mixed bag of things.
So depending on
But
how
overall-
confident the players are in those patterns and how comfortable they feel, this could just be another episode of Accuracy Wars.
And not an Alzen with the early miss actually.
Yeah, the early
That
drop.
will give an early lead over to Chile. But obviously
Good.
it being
More misses there.
Scarlum and Alzen both missing on the mini jacks.
Yeah, it
Mini
looks like
jacks are one of those things that are quite easy to mess up on.
you just play them a little bit too relaxed, and all of a sudden you just end up holding onto the note from not releasing too high enough. Oh, another miss from Scarlum there. Looks like that's going to even up the scores a little bit more, and it looks like it's just starting to flicker again.
Yeah, I think the scores are just about even again. And it's turned
Ooh,
back
and-
into that
yeah, it's starting to
accuracy
flicker.
battle. Oh my
Accuracy
god.
battles have started again.
Oh, but
another miss
Scarlum
from
misses
Scarlum.
again.
That's going to be Japan's lead now.
And
But
Scarlum
this map-
missing. Oh.
This map is 3 minutes long. We'll have to see if anything changes. But at the moment, it's not looking too good for Chile at all.
Yeah, Japan does have a lead, but that lead is still only like 10,000 points. That's not
Scarlum
something that she
continues
can.
to miss though. Well,
Ooh.
all he has to do is
Scarlum.
hold on to his combo here, and this could be still a close match depending on how accurate those players are. Gonzalo holding a 99.6 by the looks of things, which is 0.2% ahead of Quasid just about. So the accuracy is still there, but just the misses is more than enough to push the lead heavily towards Japan's side.
Yeah, I do think Japan needs to find, or Chile need Japan to miss a couple times if they want to take back this point. But it doesn't look like Japan's willing to miss any more than they have already.
Yeah, it looks like those players are fairly confident. Quasid holding a 2,100 combo, Alzen holding a 1,800 combo, Gonzalo 2,100 as well. However, Scarlum just behind on those misses from earlier at 1,000 just about.
the end, we can just see the score lead is not decreasing at all. Unless we find some breaks here, and Alzen does break at the very end. Will it be enough? Or
Not
there's a
gonna
few
be
minutes.
enough. Potentially
No.
close. No,
Not
not
quite.
enough.
10,000, less than 10,000 points difference between them. And Japan will take the lead in this match for the first time. 3-2 up against Chile. It is
Both
Chile's pick,
Gonzalo
however.
And Quasid both FCing there. However, Quasid not picking up a 100 and getting a perfect.
Gonzalo with an extremely good score of 984,000 points.
We'll have to see where Chile goes with their pick now.
Yeah, their pick of Spaceman didn't work.
So they're going to be going with Great 3.
Oh, so now going away from the rice picks of Spaceman, they're going to be going on to the hardest LN map of the pool. So going full into noodles.
I'm actually pretty interested to see what happens with this because I believe the other LN pick, was that was played today was Agony, and Japan managed to take the win on that, I believe. So,
despite that, though, Chile did have the better accuracy on Agony. It was that one choke by Gonzalo that decided the point. This map, I don't think we will be seeing the same full combos as we did on Agony.
Maybe not another episode of Accuracy Wars here. Maybe a bit more about
dense.
maybe a bit more about holding combo.
Yeah. So this one, interesting to see if we have any FCs from the players here. The LN does get quite dense at about halfway through. Until then, though, we enjoyed the flickering.
Yeah, we enjoyed the Accuracy Wars. This is a short episode. Seeing some of the LNs start to come in here.
Yeah, Quicklid and Scarlum dropping a little bit behind the other two players in terms of accuracy, but they kind of even themselves out.
Yeah, this map is also fairly short, only a minute 37, so we're definitely going to be getting into the action quite soon, and any mistakes could prove fatal, as we've seen in this match. Just a few misses is more than enough to seal the deal. We
see Alzen getting a few 200s, and that gives over the advantage to Chile for now. As we get into the more dense LN sections, and Alzen finding multiple drops. And a lot of... He's tanking accuracy so much.
Yeah, it looks like he's
just barely above 98%.
His hit accuracy, more drops as well, and Scarlum dropping. However, the massive drops from Alzen there, dropping to 97.73. Both Chilean players are at about 99.23. It's not looking good for Japan here. We're at the halfway mark.
And just like that, Chile have a huge advantage, bigger than we've seen so far in any of these maps. About 46,000 points as we get into the last third of the map. All players hitting that SV. Yeah, with
Gonzalo and Placid can hold onto the combo here.
It's such a huge accuracy advantage for Chile right now. Both of their players above 99%, but Alzen still below 98. And breaking as well a little bit. Perhaps not so comfortable with LN as the other players.
Yeah, we're seeing Quast and Gonzalo's accuracy kind of match up a bit more here. Scarlum, though, holding just slightly above those players, and Alzen having trouble keeping up. Ooh, massive drop there as well. a few hundreds and a few 50s as well. It's not going to help the accuracy problem at all.
And it looks like, despite the drop halfway through the map, Scarlem will end up with the highest score of any of these players, with 99.15% accuracy. Really strong.
Both Gonzalo and Qualacid also FCing again.
Yeah, really impressive FCs from both these players. Unfortunately, Alzen doesn't seem quite as comfortable with long notes as he is with normal rice maps.
Well, now the score 3-3, and
We have
Japan's
Ooh.
pick.
Japan need to think about this one.
Both teams are in a slippery situation here, because if they lose another match, then they're not in a good position at all, because they'll be threatened either, like a worst case scenario, they lose. Best case scenario, they had to play the tiebreaker and win. So it ends up being an uphill battle.
Yeah, so the three maps that are left in the pool up are Origami, Snowflakes, and a Full Moon Night.
I think going maybe for Origami could be interesting, because we saw with the accuracy, it wasn't like it was a clean sweep for Chile. It was like 8,000 points difference just from a few 200s here and there.
Yeah, I think Origami will be really close between these two teams, but I do think just from that grade 3, the grade 3 scores we saw just then, that Chile would have the advantage on a Full Moon Night, I feel. Because I think Chile would have the upper hand on the long node picks, as we've seen.
Yeah.
So Japan really needs this point if they want to force a tiebreaker and win.
And we're going to see
And they
Snowflakes
pick-
coming out.
Yeah, they pick Snowflakes. So this is a bit of accuracy involved here as well,
Yeah.
you'd say. But also has a little bit of slow jam at the start. Not quite at the same level as Phantasmagoria, but still significant enough to see potentially some accuracy drops.
Chile saying that Japan was smart for picking this. I wonder if he thinks that they might win this one.
Yeah, maybe Chile not so confident on this map.
We'll have to see though. I think if Chile wins this map here, they have a decent chance at just taking the win without having to go through the tiebreaker process.
We do see a couple of act drops from Quicklid and Gonzalo in the very first notes.
Seeing some layering here on the patterns here, and see if any players have trouble with accuracy here. Doesn't really look like it. Everyone's kind of around the same accuracy, 99.4.5-ish. Scarlem just
Yeah, we're
bringing
seeing
ahead of
another really close map by the looks of it.
Yeah,
As we can see, Chile just has the edge here in their accuracy. Few thousand points. Most of that is on Scarlem.
yeah, it's
He's holding
just
the
purely on the
99.7.
accuracy here.
And here we're getting into
Well,
the
nothing-
section.
Nothing changes throughout this section. It's not going to be good for Japan.
Can be hard to see, but this section does have some SPs.
no!
in it. Oh, and Alzen
A miss
finding
for Alzen there.
That is not very good timing for this.
All Chile has to do
Chile.
is hold on, and they've got a really good position.
Yeah, Japan needs Chile to drop right now if they want to bring this back. Otherwise, they'll have to
be
fight
like
Chile
right now.
on their own pick.
It's going to be an uphill battle for Japan. And it looks like this is going to go to Chile. It's going to be 4-3, and Chile's pick. I think they're just going to go straight for a full Moon Knight.
Ooh, 20,000 point difference. And I think Chile picks a full Moon Knight as well. We'll see if Japan can take another breakpoint from Chile's own pick.
And it's on the nerves as well. You have to watch out. You have to consider that as well, because this is a really intense match for Japan here. Because if they can bring this to tiebreaker, they have a much better chance at getting through, as opposed to, losing this point and not getting through at all.
Oh, thinking of picking Origami as the last map.
I think...
Wait.
Looks like they are.
I
Maybe?
think Scarlum didn't realize that there's
maybe
two
he
maps
didn't know.
left. I think he assumed that Origami
Might
was the
change.
only map that's left.
I think if Chile doesn't have any drops, Origami could be another one that they could win, but I think Full Moon Knight is just a way better choice.
Yeah, I think if everyone FCs across the board, Chile, I think, would have the upper hand on Origami. But
Okay, it looks like they're not picking
as we've
Origami.
seen, okay, yep, that's understandable.
Yeah, understandable. Have a nice day.
I guess that means they are picking Full Moon Knight.
Yep, there it
Yep.
is.
So we are seeing the LN, the last remaining LN pick. And Japan needs to win this to take it to the tiebreaker.
Yeah, Chile in a commanding position here. Japan may be looking to show them what they're made of, and this is the time to do that.
Okay, it'll be interesting to see. This map is easier, much less dense than the map that we saw earlier. What was it called again? Grade 3. But it is still pretty tricky LN, so
Yeah, we'll have to see if Alzen can keep his combo here. I think that's one of the major points that Chile is kind of banking their pick off, that maybe Alzen gets a few drops here and there, and that's enough to give them the point.
an interesting part about this map as well is the main chorus, because the main chorus, although it looks quite simple, just basic trills, if you mistime those trills, your score will be destroyed. Absolutely
'cause
destroyed.
The mistiming of the first few notes carries on to the later notes, and you end up with chain bad judgments. A few accuracy drops from Scarlum there at the start, which is insisting towards the little flickers that we're seeing here.
It seems like all players are pretty comfortable with this level of LN.
Oh no,
Golden
Goldsley missing there.
and
And
Alzen,
Alzen.
both dropping about the same time. That's going to even out. The accuracy advantage is currently with Chile, though, at the moment.
Yeah, that trade drops. Alzen missing again. This is what I think Chile was hoping for with their LN pick. We can just see those minor drops here and there are just more than enough to give the lead towards Chile. They have the accuracy lead and the combo lead now.
Japan's players both sitting just below 99%, reaching it right now. But down on both accuracy and combo. They will need Chile to potentially mess up in the trill section to come back.
Yeah, looks like with the misses, the damage is done. Alzen back at the 400 combo mark, so his score will be about the same as what everyone else will be getting. However, if there are other drops, that means that they're just going to be more impactful.
Oh, and quickly dropping there. But Gonzalo as well. Those two misses kind of even each other out.
However, Scarlem's still in the SC.
Oh, Gonzalo dropping again. That'll get rid of some of the lead that Chile has made for themselves.
I believe
Scarlem
this is going to
really
bank on Scarlem's FC here. If he can just hold on to that, I think that's going to secure the win for Chile.
And here we're getting into the trills.
And the accuracy on
played.
Scarlem is just chain 300ing it. He's... Oh, and then he starts dropping in there. Oh no!
Scarlem with the
that's
gigantic drop!
That's a
Oh,
huge
that's
drop,
what I
and that's
was talking
exactly what we were
about
talking about.
Oh,
Now Alzen
messing
actually
up
has the
that
highest
trill.
combo. Oh,
And
Alzen jumping,
drops
Scarlem
and
jumping.
Scarlem.
Now
Japan now
it's
have the lead.
Scarlem. Oh,
Japan have the lead now.
that was huge.
Scarlem just dropped 1.5% of accuracy in one trill.
That was huge. There was so many accuracy drops, and that Japan ended up coming out on top here quickly to 1,300 combo. Gonzalo not far behind on 1,200 combo. However, the accuracy drops on Scarlem just swung the score in Japan's favor so hard. I don't think it's going to be so hard to come back from that.
Yeah, Japan now all of a sudden they were behind by quite a bit. Now they're ahead by like 40,000 points. They're in a huge advantage now.
That's where the tournament nerves come into play. I think the mistiming, and it just this is the one map that you don't want to have those tournament nerves, because it's not like you miss up one note, oh another miss, but it's not like you miss up one note, it's you miss up the whole trill.
Yeah, Alzen and Scarlem trading misses near the end there, but it looks like all the players will hold on to their combos now, and Japan will take
Gonzalo
the
dropping
break
accuracy
point.
as well there.
Japan will take the breakpoint from Chile and bring this to tiebreaker. "29 misses. Oh, that's gotta hurt.
That was a huge drop by Scarlem there, and that's pretty much like obviously that's the major contribution towards the win for Japan there. But the consistency from the Japan players, they couldn't afford to drop too much, so it was well played on their behalf as well.
And we'll be seeing, in the very first match that is not a sweep, we'll be seeing the tiebreaker.
Yeah,
And
this
it
map
will be Eclair or Chocolat.
much longer than the other
I
maps
know
we've
it's
seen.
French. Yeah, it's 5.5 minutes long, 182 BPM, and it's just kind of a stamina pick. A lot of streams in it. And we'll see who comes out on top in this tiebreaker.
Yeah, I think if this is in terms of streams, I think that Chile has the advantage here, but we've seen just like the simple choke is enough to really kick the lead in any team's favor. And these two teams are really closely matched.
And I'd also worry at this point about Scarlem's mental state, because after that choke just before, like, you can't be feeling good.
Yeah, morale comes into play here, and the tournament nerves is the tiebreaker. This is all or nothing here, and you have to give your best effort. And some players may be pushing their boundaries and could go a bit too far and pick up a few misses. Seeing some SVs here, some slow jam.
And we are back to the good old flicker that we've been seeing so many maps so
I think
far.
we've seen it on every map so far, except even the SV pick that we saw. Well, there's been... Oh wait, no. That was my eyes tricking me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You got tricked by the SV.
Yeah, I don't know. It looked like for a second that someone had missed, but I'm just imagining it. But we're seeing everyone hold their combo at the moment, and accuracies are quite high. Gonzalo right now being the MVP at 99.6.
Oh, now we're getting
Big
into
Jack
the
coming
more
in here.
technical part. Quizlet finding the
Ooh,
first drop,
Alzen
and
missing.
Alzen following up as well.
Now both Chilean players have their full combos, and both Japan players do not have even 400 combo now, so this is a major lead coming in now.
Yeah, huge.
And I think
That was really bad for Japan.
yeah, and this kind of comes into play. We saw that Chile might be better at these harder picks, and it seems to be showing at the moment.
But that said, the difference in points is only 10,000. So it
Yeah,
can...
we're coming up.
Japan is still in this, but they
Coming up to
can't
the
win it
roughly
through
halfway.
accuracy alone.
We'll have to see if Japan can hold their combos and whether or not Chile will drop. If they get a double FC, I don't think that any amount of accuracy can bring Japan back from that.
Hey, I mean, like, you know, you could FC with like 95%.
Yeah,
But
but it doesn't look like they are right now. It looks like they're going to FC
Yeah.
with 99.5%.
yeah, that's a little different story there.
Yeah, that's a tiny bit different.
Yeah, well, we're just crossing the halfway mark in the map. And the lead seems to be growing for Chile.
Yeah, they
Getting to
have the
about-
accuracy lead.
Oh, but
Ooh,
Scarlett
Scarlett
finding a drop
dropping.
there. That's what Japan
It's-
need. And they really
also
need to
saw quickly
capitalize on every
drop.
mistake.
But the accuracies from both the Chilean players is way higher. Well, I say way higher. Comparatively way higher.
Oh.
Alzen missing again.
And that's just going to negate the drop from Scarlett. Now Japan need more drops right away
And
if they
Gonzalo
want
here
to come back in this.
on nearly 4,000 combo. Getting a few accuracy drops, it doesn't matter. Ooh, a drop.
Oh,
from
Scarlett and
Gonzalo there.
Gonzalo both dropping.
This is getting
The
a bit closer
accuracy
now.
of the
Japan
Chilean
has
players.
a chance. It's only 0.1%
Hey.
difference between Japan's
Oh,
players.
Gonzalo finding another drop.
Ooh, now Gonzalo's on the same
Oh, but
level as Alzen.
Alzen.
Oh, they're trading misses. Now Gonzalo's
Oh.
matching Quicklid. Alzen just a tiny bit behind. And Scarlett now taking the accuracy lead. But Quicklid has a massive combo.
Oh,
Gonzalo
Gonzalo
missing
finding another
hit.
drop. Oh no. But Alzen
Ooh, Alzen
with
too.
a huge accuracy
They're
drop
just trading
there.
drop right now. And it looks like
And it looks like Chile is coming
Scarlett.
out on top of all these trades. But Gonzalo missing again. And then
Ooh,
Alzen.
Alzen
Oh,
dropping on the SV there.
the trades. They're
How-
trading drops so many times.
Scarlett
And
dropping
Scarlett.
now. It's up to Quicklid now. Quicklid's the only one over 400 combo. Gonzalo just coming up now. But
But Alzen dropping
still
again.
missing.
Ah, that's gonna be it.
That is potentially it for Japan unless something huge happens.
And Gonzalo finding a drop. Oh
Gonzalo
no.
finding a drop. Ooh.
Will be enough though. I don't think it's enough.
How long does the section go for?
No, it's over.
That's gonna be it.
Oh, 12,000.
Ooh.
Oh, a bit more. 14,000
Yeah,
point
I
difference
think it would have been
in the
12,000.
tiebreaker.
I
That
think
is
both
really close.
Japan players missed. Well, that's going to be it. Chile is going to take the win 5-4 Japan. Well played by both teams, and congratulations to Chile.
Insanely close match. Oh my god. But yeah, that will be it for that match. Yeah, congratulations to Chile, who will be moving on to verse Singapore next week in the quarterfinals, while Japan will unfortunately be sent to the losers bracket, and they will be versing Indonesia.
There's a small problem with the stream there. Accidentally showing the Japan wins. It's been fixed now. Chile does win, in fact. Sorry about that, guys.
Rigged. Japan was scripted to win, but they didn't follow the script, unfortunately.
Yeah. But we will be seeing Japan in the losers bracket coming up next weekend.
Wow, that was insanely close. What an exciting match.
Yeah, that was a very exciting match.
For now, we don't have much time to breathe now. We'll be getting on to the next match right away in just a few minutes, which will be France versus the Philippines.
Yeah, this is another match that maybe could go towards any player. I think most of the time it depends on individual performance. We're seeing Aquin Alvarez, a really strong player, and also Elementes, another really strong player. We're seeing some quite big names in these teams, and I'm interested to watch.
Yeah, I believe both of these teams were mid-seed, I believe. But Philippines coming out on top in their group means that they are, for me at least, Philippines are the heavy favourites to win this match. Aquin and Ciolade are both extremely strong players, and France only just making it here after winning the tiebreaker against Macau.
Yeah. However, with the end of the Chile versus Japan match, that will be the end of me commentating, and I'll be taken over here by Nivrad.
Hello.
Hello,
How
Nivrad.
Thanks for your work, man.
No problem. I'll be leaving. Thank you for having me stream, and I'll see you all next time.
See you. How's it going, Nivrad?
Pretty good. Kind of bummed I missed this exciting match, but I'm here now.
Oh yeah, you missed one hell of a match. Oh god. But moving forward, we have France versus the Philippines. How do you feel about this match?
Very excited. I mean, first thing I need to point out is that one of these teams took a match against Italy in the group stages, I believe.
Yeah, Philippines beat Italy.
Yeah. So that's exciting, right? I'm interested to see how they'll perform again this round.
Yeah, it will be pretty exciting to watch, actually. I do believe Philippines is a really strong long node team, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right.
So will be interesting to see how the maps play out. Potentially, France will have to ban I forget the name of this map every single time. Great 3. But first, we're into the warm-ups. And we always have warm-ups like this in World Cups. Just a nice, fun map.
It's interesting for sure.
Are we getting any music? Oh yeah, okay, here we go. Yep.
This is quite majestic.
You can really feel the emotion running through the song.
One thing that's always interesting when you have a team that's stronger on long notes versus a team that's stronger on single notes is that.
Oh, what the heck?
Yeah.
Whoa, that caught
that
me
was a bit
off
distracting.
Yeah,
But
whoa.
Is that the trading when you're trading points? It's all about who can get the break points, right? Because if the long note team always picks long notes and the other team always picks not long notes and they always win their own pick, then no one can win until you get the tiebreaker.
Yeah, that was an interesting one to pick out because with map pools like this one especially, you can't really divide every map into just straight long note and just normal rice. So you'll eventually be forced to play the ones that are kind of in the middle. So maybe like mixed maps that kind of have a mix of both, or even SV maps.
Right.
So you can't just, really doesn't let you specialize in one kind of skill. And that was a very interesting map. I'm willing to bet a lot of money that was France's warm-up. So we'll be getting into Philippines next.
Self-control. 7P dance now. Dance now. Arc.
Yeah, gonna have a Love Live Sunshine song. People be quite divided on this one. We will be getting into the second warm-up right away. Interesting to see what kind of map this is. And it looks like it's a long note map.
Plenty of long notes right off the bat.
Well, it seems a bit more tame than other warm-ups we've seen, like in the Chile versus Japan, especially. Potentially a little bit closer in difficulty to this map pool, although slightly harder still.
Yeah, those jacks are nothing to shake a stick at.
Yeah, those chord jacks look quite nasty if you're not able to play those well. And we can see Arcanol Virus doing extremely well here. Until I said that. Of course. As is the tradition of cursing players.
But they're still holding very high accuracy, especially for this pick with so many long notes.
Yeah. Both Aquan and CLA especially. Only 99.3%. Not having much trouble at all with it.
You know, memes aside, this is a rockin' song.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Like, say what you want about Love Live, but I love Love Live music. Yeah, we do see pretty good advantage for Philippines in terms of long notes here. Although Elementez is keeping up really well, just shy of the 99%.
I mean, we have seen France win their own warm-up and Philippines take theirs as well. I know the warm-ups, it's not always very a consistent way of matching teams against each other, but it's promising to be a close match.
Yeah. So, we have to pray for at least a no sweep. I got a little bit baited there. We won't be playing Gum.
Yeah, that's just the
right
map I happen to be
away.
playing. But looks like France has won the roll and will be banning first. And there we go. We have a ban on Gum.
Sad.
It's been
Doesn't
happening.
mean-
It's gonna keep happening. And we have the fantastic
Okay.
Ori ban.
Huge surprises with the bans. And we will be getting to Philippines pick first, and they pick this love, which is
They
your own
came
map,
prepared.
actually.
They knew what
you-
to ban. They knew what to pick.
Yeah, quite quick. So this is a pretty tricky SV map that also has quite a lot of it gets quite dense with its LN as well, towards the second half especially.
Interesting to note that France didn't end up banning a long note pick. So we'll see if that was a good decision or not by them.
Yeah, so both Great 3 and Full Moon Night, the two major long note picks, are still up. We'll see if Philippines want to pick them in future maps. For now, we get some nice fun SV. SV is one of the things that's always really fun to watch other people play, but
Oh, yeah.
questionably fun for the player themselves.
Definitely an enhanced experience when it's someone else.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. We'll be able to see now how practiced these players are. Just a little bit of accuracy drops from Elementez at the start. Nothing too major.
Just waiting for the intro to get finished.
Yeah, nice and slow intro. Builds it up until you get hit in the face with SVs.
And here we go.
Oh, and all four players seem quite well versed in this map, actually. And
Yeah, the
CLA
performance-
actually being the first person to drop. So this gives a slight advantage to France at the very start.
Oh, but then a miss back-to-back with Antoa giving it back to Philippines.
Oh, and then Antoa and Elementez both finding another drop. So Philippines is starting to run away with the first half of this map.
Well, it is the Philippines pick, so it looks like they knew what they were doing halfway through the map, and they have taken a pretty sizable lead, at least 50,000.
Yeah, and 50,000 is that's the type of lead that you feel really good about getting. There are not that many really tricky SVs coming up. Most of the hard SVs were at the start. That said, Antoa finding a miss on the teleport chord section.
Still, the ending of this match is pretty simple compared to the rest of the map. I don't think we're going to be seeing France coming back.
Yeah, we do see a bit of like more dense LN patterns here, but it doesn't seem to trip up anyone in particular. So we'll be first point to Philippines. Their own pick, so pretty nice.
Alright, let's see how France responds.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what maps they want to pick. Potentially one of the easier accuracy-based maps.
Yeah, if I was France right now, I think I'd try to feel out Philippines, see how well they do on the accuracy picks.
So that would be .357 Magnum and Origami, potentially.
It's looking to be a long match, so they have plenty of time to get used to each other. And there we go, we have Magnum as France's first pick against Philippines.
A pretty common pick that we've seen in all our matches. Just a nice bit of accuracy here. So not the little bit of streams, not too fast.
And you totally predicted
just,
it.
Yeah. Haha. So we'll see how well France does on their accuracy compared to the Philippines.
I always think of France as being a very strong team when it comes to accuracy, and I'm basing this off of previous World Cups, but you can never tell with the new roster.
Yeah, with previous rosters, France has been quite scary in group stages. Obviously, new players, new team.
And as we get past the introduction, Antoa gives us a little drop here, and Philippines take the lead once again.
Antoa finding another drop. Philippines' accuracy is holding extremely strong, both with above 99.6% accuracy. Emontes matching it, but Antoa lagging behind a little bit, and also with those combo breaks.
Unfortunate, he just managed to get back above 99%, but it's not going to be enough to get France the lead back.
Still a good chunk of the map left, but France will be hoping for Philippines to have a drop here. Everyone maintaining their accuracies and combos. Antoa's accuracy starting to build up a little bit, but unfortunately won't be able to get up to the level of the remaining 3 players by the end of the map.
If I were to guess, I'd say those misses were a fluke. When you're playing in a tournament, things like that just sort of happen no matter how many times you've full comboed the map before.
Yeah, it has a lot to do with tournament nerves can play such a huge factor. It's something that sometimes people don't quite think about, but when you are in a tournament such as Mania or Cup, it's just, you can get so caught up in nerves that it's hard to not miss at some point. But just like that, Philippines will take the break point from France's first pick.
France is going to have to work twice as hard to come back now, but it is the Philippines pick, so... Spaceman!
Also, they're going with Rice rather than the long notes. Going for more of like the harder Rice pick of Spaceman.
Yeah, Philippines are not pulling their punches. They start off with the SV pick, and then they go right to the dense Jackie pattern.
Yeah, perhaps saying that they perhaps thinking that they are the better better plays when it comes to the harder maps. And we're getting right into it.
Let's see if anyone has accuracy drops in this jack section at the beginning.
Oh yeah, that's always fun to watch there. Can be extremely easy, and we do see Ciela Day and Antoa a little bit, dropping quite a bit of accuracy in the starting jacks. It's deceptively hard to maintain accuracy through them.
Ooh, and the lead goes back to Philippines with a couple of breaks at the end of the intro section. But it looks like, I mean, the hardest part of the map is at the end, so I'd say not a solid lead yet. I mean, I remember... Oh yeah, I was gonna say, when Japan was playing Chile on this map, they were neck to neck until they got to that burst in the middle, and I don't remember who took the lead at that point, but that was the deciding factor.
Yeah, it was just a couple misses from the Chile side, I believe, that put it back into Japan's favor. Now we can see accuracies between Aquan Olivirus and Elementez quite close, but Ciela Day has a little bit of an edge over Antoa, about 0.4, and that will be making all of the score difference alongside Antoa's combo drops earlier. And now.
Just seems like he's not having a good day.
Yeah, it happens. It's definitely not an easy map to FC, so... Ciela Day finding a drop, and quite a bit of an accuracy drop as well on the trill.
That's the burst we were talking about, but it's not enough to give the lead back to France, who is still behind by a couple 10,000s, I'd say.
Toa and Aquan Olivirus training misses there ultimately won't affect the scores too much. But Elementez with an extremely impressive score. I believe that is an FC with 99.47% accuracy just about, as we approach the end of the map.
Yeah, I think we can pretty much call it. Philippines taking the 3rd point against France. It's France's pick now. If they're gonna have a comeback, they're gonna have to start it right now.
Yeah, definitely. So interesting to see what they'll pick. They tried Magnum, so probably time for something else. The SVU pick is banned. I don't think LN is the direction they want to go. So maybe they'll stick with something like Origami or Snowflakes.
If I had to guess... Oh, predicting is always hard. But, yeah, maybe Origami?
Yeah, possibly Origami. That is more of an accuracy. It's kind of a fast accuracy pick. It is quite a high BPM, but pretty comfortable patterning.
A lot of stairs for sure.
Oh,
but
Kapatara. Okay, so they'll pick Tension Runman.
Oh, that's
so
the other one
none of
actually
the
I was
picks
looking
that
at.
I mentioned. Yeah. This is also, you would say, is kind of an accuracy pick, but with a bit more tricky poundings to do with a little bit of mini jacks and some a small amount of long notes.
One distinction that we can make between Tension and Origami's picks is that Origami has a lot of stair patterning, while Tension has more chord streams, which is a more familiar pattern, I guess, for BMS players. I'm guessing possibly France feels more comfortable in this type of patterning, but who knows?
Yeah, I definitely do find Tension Runman more comfortable than Origami, but both of them are, you know, they're not like too technical, like you would see in Spaceman.
Alright, as we're getting started, Philippines taking the early lead with a pair of drops coming out from France, or one drop at least.
Now it's a pair.
Guess I predicted that one, though it's not the type of prediction I'd want to be making.
Yeah, a few drops on the mini jacks from Antoa. An easy place to miss on, definitely. But Cielo Day also having a little bit of a hard time with accuracy, sitting around 99%. But Antoa seriously struggling keeping up the combo.
It's interesting because his accuracy is actually quite good. He's almost never getting 200, and he's doing so many difficult patterns correctly, but just every now and then he'll drop.
It might be just the tournament nerves coming into play. Especially if you're not so experienced with playing in tournaments like Mania World Cup.
That's true.
Just the fact that you're playing for your country is something that can trip a lot of players up in a huge way.
Yeah, there's a couple of explanations. You know, you can always have keyboard problems. Maybe it's a bad day.
But for now, it looks like Philippines will take the lead by about 50,000 points. I'm into the last third of the map.
And you know, one problem that teams always have in Mania World Cup, just because it's one of the smaller, we have one of the smaller team sizes, is that when you have teams that, when you have a player who's not playing at their best, it's not always possible to substitute them out, because maybe there's no one else on your team that can perform at that level.
Yeah, that is an important point to make as well. That also does mean that you have to have everyone playing really well, and chokes do, just single misses can do so much for a point.
Oh, he stopped playing.
And Toa just stops playing at the end of that map.
I mean, France was going to lose anyway, so
yeah,
understandable,
fair
but
enough.
it might be bad for morale.
Yeah, does definitely look like a bit of tilt is happening over there in the France side.
Well, it is Philippines' pick, and they are at match point 4-0. It's looking like they might take this one as a full sweep.
And Philippines will pick Origami, which is an interesting pick, definitely. Going full on the rice picks so far.
I mean, no need to get creative when you're taking everything with such a strong lead.
Yeah, fair enough.
course, we're not writing off France quite yet. We have seen teams come back from 4-0 to go to tiebreaker. Pretty rare, but I mean, I'd say if Antoine steps up his performance, we could see it happen.
Yeah, it is all about the morale and mentality of the France players right now. If you just stay positive, just reset your mindset and just just try to do the best you can, then it is definitely possible to win maps. But if you are prone to maybe tilting or just feel like you've already lost, that's when it becomes probably impossible to win any more maps.
Sounds like we might be having some pest problems, which is interesting. We're just giving France time to regain their nerves. But here we go. We're starting with possibly the last pick of France versus Philippines, Aragami.
And as we did say earlier, this is more of an accuracy pick with a lot of, it's about 195 BPM, a lot of kind of rolly staircases.
And these are the type of patterns where it's very comfortable to play, but not always easy to get perfect accuracy on because it's hard to tell how fast exactly you should be rolling.
And we do see Anto with the first miss, giving an early lead over to Philippines.
And it's not a long map either, so early leads are important.
We see Aquanol Virus with some really strong accuracy, sitting at over 99.6%.
He's been performing really strong all match. And we're going to the final hard section of this map. And it looks like the performances are just kind of staying steady. Yeah.
We'll arrive at the end of the map, and it doesn't look like anyone from Philippines will be breaking. We see a disconnect from Antoa at the end of the map.
Interesting. Well, disconnects do remove that player's score from the team score, so the Philippines will be taking it.
And yeah, that will be a 5-0 sweep for the Philippines against France. Unfortunate for France, but they will at least get a second chance in the losers bracket. Let me check who they will be versing. France will be versing Canada in the losers bracket next week. While
That's definitely a match to watch out for.
Philippines will move on to verse China, which is also will be quite an interesting match.
So we will be taking a quick break, but tune in again on the hour in 30 minutes for our last match of the round of 16, Brazil versus Argentina.
Yeah, well, for now, enjoy some nice music.
All right, hello and welcome back to the round of 16 for the 7-Key Mania World Cup. We have had a switch of commentators. Well, a switch of commentator. I am the toaster. I've replaced Potassium F, and I am joined again by Nivrad to commentate this next match as well as the quarterfinal showcase. How's it going?
Hello. Going well. How about you?
It's going well for me too. So we have this match coming up: Brazil versus Argentina. What exactly do you expect out of this match?
Well, when you're dealing with a team like Brazil, who is, I think, seeded 5, but a very frightening team, it's hard to predict anything but a Brazil win, possibly even a sweep. But we always keep our minds open when we go into matches like this.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting. It should be noted that Brazil Brazil did go to tiebreaker against the mid-seed of their group, Canada. So
That's true.
although I believe Argentina is a low-seeded team. They got the upset against their mid-seed of their group. So this is actually one of the only low seeds that made it out of groups and into the round of 16.
That's right. I believe they took the win against Switzerland. So, already a stronger team than we were expecting.
Yeah, so I think they could definitely put up a fight against Brazil. And I think that they would also have a chance to surely take some points off of the team. But given how most of the matches today have gone, the top seeds seem to have been just dominating their respective mid seeds that they were facing today. So it's not necessarily looking too good for Argentina, but like we've said before, anything is possible. We even saw a tiebreaker today in Japan versus Chile. So, and Chile is a pretty dominant team by themselves. So the fact that they were taking the tiebreaker just tells you how volatile these kinds of matches can be.
Oh, for sure. I think that one kind of leaping off point for Argentina is probably their accuracy. Part of the reason they did so well in group stage was I think that they were very good on the easier accuracy war style maps, and that could be where they get the points off.
Yeah. Well, unfortunate news is that right now we are actually still waiting on Argentina's players to get online, which is unfortunate if they do not end up showing up for the match, which would mean that this is going to be a win by default for Brazil. Although I believe we will still be waiting a little bit of time before we consider it a win by default.
If we do in fact have a win by default, we will be going straight into the quarterfinals map pool showcase at 15 Pat. So let's take a look at the bracket here. If Brazil does take it from Argentina before they even have a chance, Brazil will be going on to face South Korea in the winners bracket. Oof. And Argentina knocked down to the losers bracket to face Italy. Also kind of oof.
That's actually an interesting matchup because Italy was the only other team in this round of 16 who also lost because they didn't have a full team available.
Yeah.
So they gave the win by default to their opponents.
Double default.
So it'll be interesting to see what happens next week if Italy or Argentina do show up, assuming that this is going to be a win by default, of course.
There's going to be several interesting matches next week, I think. To start with, we have United States and Malaysia, Canada and Philippines, Yeah, and Australia versus Germany. I knew Potassium was really excited for that.
Yeah, I think next week is actually going to be a lot more interesting, perhaps, than this week. I have the fewer sweeps and much more dynamic matches. Given that now that we've gotten through most of round of 16, the matches that will be upcoming will be mostly top seeds against top seeds and then mid seeds against mid seeds. So even though all the teams are pretty close in terms of skill in general anyways, this will definitely tighten up the skill gaps between all of the teams.
Oh yeah, it's always better when you get later in the tournament and things get a little more competitive.
And they'll even be using a tougher map pool. The quarterfinals is interesting. I'm excited for the showcase, actually.
I'm also very excited for the showcase. It's not a quarterfinals map pool that we've seen before. I can say that much. We still have about 15 minutes before the showcase starts if Argentina won't show up. If there's any questions in the chat, feel free to ask them. Otherwise, we're just going to be chilling out for a little bit.
Yeah, and for anyone who's not fully aware yet, the reason that we haven't started or this match might not start is because Argentina does not have their full roster of players. They don't have 2 players available at the moment, so they are unable to play until either someone shows up or they give the win by default to Brazil.
Why does nobody like Slow Jam? Hipster, what do you think?
It's kind of similar to why people don't like SVs, though SVs impair your reading, I think, less than slow jams do if you're not like used to reading a slower scroll speed. Having a lot more objects on the screen, as well as having a lot more or what seems like denser patterns, can mess with your intuition while you're playing. So you'll end up playing things faster than you need to, or playing notes as hands or jumps or doubles or triples when they're really just single notes and you can't tell the difference because they're so close together. So it's more of, it impairs your reading rather than just, affecting the scroll, like affecting how things look, I guess. It's kind of similar to SV, I guess you could say, but it has this certain element of unfamiliarity with a lot of players that just throws people off. It's not something you practice a lot, I suppose, which you could say opposed to SV, people do practice that.
Oh yeah, I'd say that it's kind of up for debate whether certain things should be part of the challenge of Mania. So everyone agrees hitting notes, yeah, you gotta be able to hit notes well, but should you also be able to hit notes at any given speed, Like if you're a Taiko player, you already know how to do this because you can't change the scroll speed in Taiko, so you have to be able to read really slow and really fast. But in Mania, not so much.
Yeah, I mean, there's always, I think, the argument of whether constant scroll speed should be allowed for specific maps. Like if BPM changes, should Mania players have to adjust to a faster scroll speed for stuff like that? And most of the Mania community has agreed that no, you shouldn't be forced to read different scroll speeds based on BPM changes of songs. But now that SVs are pretty normal and part of a pretty significant portion of the meta for Mania, it's been getting more mainstream to really see reading slow jams and SVs as something you should be good at if you want to do well in tournament play or some.
Especially in tournament play, because that's where you see a lot more SV maps in tournament play than you usually see in your day-to-day base.
Yeah, I think a lot of people in the Mania community see tournament play as one of those end game type things, where if you're really good at tournament play, you are on a very high pedestal for a lot of people.
You know, speaking of SVs, it seems like we might be getting, a pretty big showcase of SVs in Mania pretty soon, because after the Catch the Beat Aspire mapping contest is over, Mania is next in the lineup.
Yeah, actually, I've been pretty excited for the Mania Aspire for a while now, but as it gets closer, you start to think about what could possibly be done for the Mania Aspire that is different from stuff that people like Evening or Jakads or Pokeedge have already done. Mm-hmm. Like, there's stuff you can do with the measure lines, red lines, that could be to give cool effects, but since that's already been done, it almost puts it at a lower level from what Aspire is trying to do. So we might see some stuff like that we saw in, say, Taiko, where there was a lot of play with storyboards. That could affect gameplay. But I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some insane SV effects when the Aspire contest does come around for Mania 2.
The thing about Mania is that there's so many bugs. If you go out of your way to look for bugs in the Mania editor, you're bound to find some, and they're not all related to SVs.
Yeah, and bugs are an interesting thing to note here, because I have myself found a few things that you can bug out with the editor in Mania, but it really comes down to whether you're capable of using a bug in a way that makes a map more interesting than one that wouldn't be, because a lot of bugs just don't do anything for how interesting a map is.
Oh yeah. You've said that we've all seen the redline effect before, but unlike other game modes where, like, before Aspire came around, no one had tried doing, crazy Aspire gimmick maps, I think Mania, it's more like we've leveled the playing field. It's not like if you put red lines in your map, you're automatically going to win Aspire because no one's seen it before. Now it's more, you actually have to create a work of art using the tools that the Mania community has developed with red lines.
Yeah, and I think that was, like, just in general, the big idea of Aspire anyways was to sort of inspire major creativity with what you have available and using that in a way that no one has seen before. So if someone were to use red lines in a way no one has seen, that would put them at another level in terms of Aspire voting or their ratings from the judges, perhaps.
We have 5 minutes left for Argentina to show up for this match, and if not, it will be a win by default for Brazil, and we'll be going straight to the map pool showcase. For those of you who are just tuning in.
It looks like we have one Argentinian online. I don't know if we have two of them, which is what we need for the match to go on, but we are halfway there. And once again, as we are getting closer to the start time of this match, I would like to remind everyone that banners to support your 7-Key World Cup are for sale in the OSU store. You can buy one, support your team, support this tournament. I believe the funds gotten from that will go to the prize pool for this tournament, or at least they have been in the past. So if you want to support your team, support this tournament, go ahead and buy one of those. And if you choose the banner of the winning team, you get to keep yours for a little bit longer than everyone else does after the 7-Key World Cup ends.
Take from me, these banners look absolutely beautiful. So, this just in, it looks like we might have an Argentina team here and ready to play.
Yes, we do. Juan managed to get the Argentine team on with 15 seconds to spare.
Amazing. But yeah, thank you, Juan. Let's have a little bit of a thanks, Juan, in the chat. but we're going to be seeing the match Brazil versus Argentina, just a little bit delayed.
Yeah, so you should be getting into the warm-ups for these two teams relatively soon now. I assume they're going to try to get this match going. Oh, someone DC'd again. I don't know what's happening.
Top 10 anime comebacks. Thanks everyone for sticking it out with us. We are just getting the lobby set up again, and we should be starting real soon.
Yeah, so now we can actually speculate what's going to happen without the possibility of a win by default happening. So, I mean, obviously at this point it seems that Argentina is at a relative weakness just because it seems they just got on and haven't been preparing, at least for today. So they're probably not particularly warmed up for this match. So I immediately give the advantage to Brazil for the time being, but I mean, these aren't particularly, physically draining or anything like that, or as physically draining as some of the later maps are gonna be.
Oh, for sure.
So, you don't need to be fully warmed up, but having that capability is definitely something that you don't want to give up.
Alright, not to jump the gun, but we do have both Brazilian players and both Argentinian players in the match and in the correct slots.
Yes, we do. So we should be getting into this match. First warm-up has been loaded, going to be Darkflight Dreamer. I think I've seen this 7-key chart before. I don't know how similar it is to how similar it holds to the current loved 4-key map of it, which is long note based. I'm sure it at least has some amount of correlation with it, but I can't be too certain. Perhaps this is just, I'd assume this is just going to be a normal warm-up, them trying to get their fingers ready to go, since, Argentina took so long to actually get online, so their hands are probably pretty cold by now.
Oh, for sure. Something's worth mentioning on the side. This is the last chance for Phantasmagoria to be played on stream.
Yeah, it is. It's been banned in 6 of the 7 matches that have happened for the round. Or, sorry, it's been banned in 5 of the 6 win by default. So, and then in the one match that it wasn't banned, it was ignored. Gum is in a pretty similar situation, except that got banned 5 out of 6 times, but then got picked in the one that it wasn't banned in. So we'll have to see if either of these two teams are brave enough to leave it open one and then also pick it.
All right, we are starting the first warm-up. It's happening.
Yes, after a very long wait, we're finally getting into this match in the warm-ups. Just from this opening, it seems that the two teams are relatively comparable in terms of overall skill. Brazil has just a slight lead right now, but that getting unwarmed up because of the long wait. So I guess we'll have to wait until warm-ups are over before we're able to fully, capture how close these two teams are in terms of skill.
I gotta say, they're doing pretty well in these interesting double stare patterns.
Yeah, and this map actually does look somewhat similar to the difficulty of this pool, maybe a bit easier, but overall this might actually give somewhat of an idea of how this match could go, as opposed to some warm-ups that are just, memes or much harder than most of the maps that we'll be seeing in the pool. Yeah, but if we look at the accuracies of all the players, 3 of the players right now, despite either being cold from the wait or just not having warmed up at all, are above 99%. So the accuracy of these players definitely doesn't seem to be hindered by the lack of warm-up at all, for the time being anyways. We'll see if their accuracy is actually able to improve as the match goes on, since they'll likely be more warmed up and ready to, get good accuracy on these maps.
A couple of breaks in that interesting fast chord stream section, but we shouldn't be seeing anything like that in this map pool. I gotta say, this is a pretty solid warm-up. It has practice sections for accuracy, for chord streaming, and for long notes, so pretty comprehensive.
yeah, it gets you used to a bunch of different types of patterns, gets you ready for the match, really prepares you for everything that you might need to be prepared for. And it's at the proper difficulty that you will be able to gauge how well you're doing in comparison to the other players too. And that was Brazil's warm-up, so we will be getting into Argentina's warm-up, which they just went, so we should be getting through this quite soon.
We are playing Sennen no Kotuari by Nekomata Master. Yes, Japanese. I know how to speak it.
Got some sound Voltex up in here. The classic.
Second warm-up is starting now. This is Argentina's warm-up.
Yeah, I assume this is probably going to be pretty similar to Darkflight Dreamer, where it's just going to give them some more time to get their hands ready, to get used to what they need to be ready for this match. It seems to be starting off that way for the most part, too. So, pretty normal, average warm-ups that we've been seeing. Kind of almost lackluster compared to some of them, but you know, it's totally understandable why they go with stuff like this.
Looks like Brazil is taking the lead again, purely by virtue of their accuracy, which is, they are holding the two higher accuracies in full, followed by, in times of full in the lobby, followed by Lucas's Insomnium. So if that's any indication of how the match is going to go, it's looking like Argentina's going to have a hard fight.
About halfway through this warm-up, and Brazil seems to have about a 50,000 point lead right now, which is pretty significant for a map of this difficulty. Though with Ursa Mansa dropping there, that is going to, you know, lower the score gap between the two teams.
We're rounding out the map with Brazil winning the warm-up for however much that counts. And we will be going into the roles to decide who bans first and who picks first.
Yeah, so what do you expect out of the bans and from these two teams?
If I'm going based on precedence only, Phantasmagoria and Gun. Just, you know, the ones that no one wants to play. But
I mean, I'm secretly hoping Phantasmagoria stays because I really want to see that played, even though it's almost guaranteed to be banned for the most part.
I mean, it's possible that Argentina might be looking to take Brazil by surprise, maybe, by taking picks that they weren't expecting. You know, or we could have Brazil flexing their muscles, trying out a map that's, you know, historically super hard to do well on.
Yeah, it looks like rolls have come in 1, and Lotus rolled an 11.
Ooh.
So Brazil will ban first. I ultimately expect Gum to come out from Brazil just as their first ban, unless they really don't like Phantasmagoria.
Looks like Brazil is thinking it through.
And there goes Phantasmagoria. Doesn't get any
All
screen
right.
time.
Sometimes that happens. That's just how map pools are. Lucas is now going ahead with the Gum ban. So there you go. We have a pair of bans as
Very
expected.
expected bans. So we've had 6 bans on Gum and 6 bans on Phantasmagoria.
Exciting.
And the first pick from Argentina does come out. It's going to be Origami. Not necessarily unexpected, given that this is considered arguably the easiest map in the pool.
Yeah, and Argentina as a lower seed probably going to be looking to focus more on the accuracy, where the difference between teams is not quite so great as if they played a super hard map like help me out here. Maybe
I'm sorry, say that again?
some of the long note maps. Spaceman, I'd say Argentina probably wants to avoid Spaceman. We are starting. Sorry, I'm just cracking up about that train. But we are starting with the first pick of Brazil versus Argentina, Origami. And this is Argentina's pick.
Yeah, it looks like right out of the gate, Brazil does take an early accuracy lead as well as a combo lead with Somnium breaking in that intro.
Yeah, it looks like Brazil is keeping the lead out of the first difficult section, or into it. But with the lead of about 20,000 points, pretty solid, not gonna lie.
Yeah, Lothus's accuracy absolutely destroying this map, almost at 99.9%. Proving that his accuracy is really strong even through harder maps. We saw him crush the group stage pool with accuracy that was pretty similar to this, but keeping it up on maps of it as they get more difficult is extremely impressive.
Especially on this map with all the stairs. But Lucas is currently matching Urso Manso, but it's not enough to carry Argentina because Lucas is still up in the stratosphere of his 99.7% accuracy.
Yeah, and especially with Somnium down at the 97.4 range, that is giving a massive lead to the Brazilian team.
But yeah, Argentina's first pick, a breakpoint for Brazil. Let's see how Brazil responds.
I mean, at this point, Brazil might just go for 357 Magnum just to flex Lothus's accuracy again. I would not be surprised to see that at all.
Well, look at his accuracy there. 1,200 perfect 300s and only 150 normal 300s. as a 7-game player who personally has a Rainbow 300 to normal 300 ratio of like 1, I'm just always blown away by these players.
Nice pick. They're going for Is This Love? We've seen this map a lot more than I initially expected to see it.
Yeah, it's interesting because the other SV map no one wants to play, but this one everyone seems comfortable with.
Yeah, I think the difference between them is mostly that these SVs are very intuitive with just how you're going to play the map anyways. The spacing doesn't go insane for the most part, so you're able to predict what's going to happen even without practicing it too much.
Right, the notes aren't distorted, I guess we can say, which is kind of ironic because the difficulty name is Space Distortion. But, that's how you do.
So a lot of people might compare this to just a normal accuracy pick that just tests your reading at the same time. Which is definitely something I think that teams are very capable of, especially a team like Brazil, who's shown absolutely insane accuracy throughout every single one of their matches.
We have a question: how many times has this map been picked? And I'm checking it now, so I'll get back to you on that. As far as scores go, Brazil is once again in the lead after a couple of drops coming out from Argentina. Their accuracy is not holding up, and Lucas, who was holding very strong accuracy before, is now dropping all the way down below 95%.
And as has been said, this was picked 6 times, I believe, according to the stats sheet. Which means it was picked in all but 1 match.
And that was the win by default, wasn't it?
No, the win by default is not counted in that. So it was 6 out of 7 matches. The 8th one being the win by default. Now, going into the third 3/4 mark, looks like Brazil has a huge lead right now, with Lothis again showing absolutely inhuman accuracy, 99.62 accuracy.
Yes, unfortunately it doesn't seem like Argentina is having the best performance right after waking up, and that's actually understandable.
Doesn't seem they're particularly comfortable with this map in general either, not liking SVs or not having practiced it as much as they probably could have. So this turns out to be an easy win for Brazil.
Argentina needs to think carefully about their next pick now if they want to get a point off. Because we've already seen them lose in the accuracy battle, so where is their best chance at taking a point off?
Looks like they've already gone with their pick, Agony, a sort of LN accuracy mixed type map.
Okay.
Has relatively simple LN patterns, so maybe they're just trying to hope that Brazil is not as strong at LNs and they just hope to take a point on something that they can both accuracy and play better than Brazil at the same time.
And who knows, maybe Brazil will choke the burst in this map and give Argentina the lead. We'll have to see. Not sure what's happening in the match chat right now because I do not speak Portuguese.
All right, and here we go into the third map out of a possible 9. Though, if things keep on going the way they have been, it is not looking too good to extend to that period.
Alright, we're starting the map and the scores are flickering. But of course it's just the intro.
Ooh, Burst not treating Argentina very well. Somnium dropping down to the mid 97s. Though Urso Manso is at the 98.5 range, so there is a possibility for a comeback if there's either a drop or Somnium's able to improve his accuracy.
The lead is only about 20,000 less than we have been seeing in other songs.
Actually, interesting to note, Lothus did combo break, but his accuracy is so much higher than everyone else, it doesn't even matter. That score gap does not seem to be changing at all. And Somnium with a break as well. That's probably going to seal the deal, giving the point to Brazil.
Yes, and we are nearing the end of the map, and the hard sections are...
Also, I made a mistake. That's Coeft with the 98.5, not Urso.
Oh, yes. We had a swap there.
My bad for not noticing that.
But that is Brazil's third point. 3-0 currently. I think Brazil can go for whatever they want at this point. Oh, and looks like they're going for Full Moon. You know, I'm not totally surprised. It does seem like a pick that Brazil would like. It's got those long notes, which can trip up some teams, but I suppose not Brazil.
Yeah, although I don't necessarily like this pick overall, just because of how chokeable it is. Like, the main Kiai, I guess if you could call it that, with the LN trills is so easily rushable that if Brazil ends up making the mistake and Argentina doesn't, that could just swing the lead in their favor.
But I suppose if you are 3-0 in the lead, if you're the favored seed, then, you know, you can flex a little bit.
Yeah, I guess it has a less risk than it would be if they were, say, 3-2 or something like that. But it's still not necessarily the best pick in this situation, I don't think.
All right, and the early lead going to Brazil again. Not sure if this is even worth pointing out, but Argentina is behind.
Yeah, I think we probably see Brazil take at least some amount of accuracy lead through a majority of the map, but the big point to watch out for is that LN trill section.
For sure. We have a little insight coming from our statistician behind the scenes. Love is actually the most picked map this stage, so we guess it really is Love.
And the least picked map obviously being Fez Phantasmagoria, having a pick rate of 0. How sad.
Ooh, we have a drop coming out from Lothus. Lothus is combo resetting, but again from Somnium, and it's not looking like Argentina is making up any ground with that.
Somnium not very comfortable on this, though Lothus also fighting another break, but his accuracy is so much higher than Somnium that Brazil is taking a noticeable lead through a quarter of this map.
Of course, Lucas is pulling his weight as well, almost keeping up with Lothus as far as accuracy goes, and maintaining that full combo.
And hitting around the halfway mark, we see about a 30,000 point difference, which, even though this is a long song, and 30,000 points for a long song is kind of a lot, I definitely think it's close enough that a choke from one or both of the Brazilian team members on that long note trill section would be devastating. And Kawef with a combo break right there, following Somnium as well. But that leaves Lucas with the only full combo in the room.
I mean, I gotta say, I feel like Brazil know what they're doing since this is their pick, but we're almost at the trills now, so we're gonna see.
And here comes the long note trill section. See if these players are able to hit it properly. Brazil starts it mostly well. All 4 players starting it well for the most part. I think this is the first time I've seen no chokes happening so far on this LM trill section. Though Lothus is rushing a few 200s, not enough to change anything about the score lead.
We're going into the second half of it, and no, yeah, everyone is like strong on the mini jacks, and still no breaks. Oh, we have one from Somnium, one from Kawef, and
and Lucas, everyone drops their combos there. Even Lucas, who is the only full combo left. And with that, with only a quarter of the map left, it's hard to see Argentina coming back, especially with every player resetting their combos.
Yep, the lead has now increased to about 50,000. Looks like it's another point for Brazil. Or maybe it's too early to call it, but, you know.
Yeah, I think the rest of this map is pretty negligible in terms of overall difficulty compared to that trill section and the long notes that came before it. So I don't really see anything changing about the lead unless something crazy happens. But chances of that are always pretty low when it comes to the ends of these maps. Though Kawef does find another break. I don't think that's going to be enough though.
Interesting. It looks like we have a DC perhaps?
I do not believe that's a DC, it's just a client error. But regardless, Brazil does win this map. And they are now on break point, but it is not their own choice. Argentina has to pick something for their life now.
It's worth noting that Lucas did have the highest score on Full Moonlight, so kudos to him. And next up is Tension, picked by Argentina.
Yeah, something interesting to note is that Lucas has been extremely strong on a majority of the picks in these pools, and has even shown to have the highest score between the two teams. But when it comes to team play, you have to have more than just one person who's able to carry you, at least in Mania. In other game modes, that the whole carry thing is more possible, but in Mania, if you only have one player against two who are able to outshine that second player on your team, then it's really hard to win matches like that.
As we get into Tension, possibly the last map of the pool, especially if it keeps going on like this, Brazil once again taking the early lead, not letting up at all in consistency.
Yeah, Somnium continuing to have troubles with holding accuracy, and just as I say that, he also gets a combo break, not going to help the case of Argentina.
Man, why do we even say anything?
All we do is make people miss. What's the point? But yeah, with that drop, actually Lothus also dropped at the same time. I didn't even notice, but so those combo breaks are just going to cancel each other out, and the accuracy is going to take a majority of the precedence in the overall score. Though Somnium does find another break as I'm saying that.
Lucas and Koef still holding on to the high combos. Not sure if that's a full combo, but still definitely nothing to shake his stick at. Not quite anything in Argentina's favor.
Yeah, it seems Somnium's not particularly comfortable with the mini jet patterns in this map. Not necessarily the best pick I think Argentina could have gone for if Somnium's so uncomfortable with stuff like this.
Yeah, Somnium's accuracy now dropping to 96 and a little bit. It's pretty low actually, even compared to previous performances. But oh, for a second I thought that was the end of the map. Not quite, we still have a little bit left to go.
Still got a third left with Brazil leading by about 65,000 points at the moment, and Somnium continuing to break, just going to extend that lead. It is not looking too good for Argentina to take any points in this match.
And here is the final section of Tension. One more court stream left to go. And that is... Oh, yeah. I thought it was ending again.
Not quite. We're almost there.
And that is... So we have this little bit here.
And now it's over.
That is
Brazil
that.
does take the 5th point in the match, bringing it 5-0 and winning their round of 16 match. But as we've said for all of the matches in this round, neither of these teams have been eliminated yet. Brazil just moves on in the winner's bracket, and Argentina will fall to the loser's bracket. And do you have who these two teams are facing next week?
Yes, of course, Brazil will be facing South Korea in the quarterfinals, while Argentina faces Italy in the loser's bracket. Both of those extremely difficult matchups.
Yeah, South Korea, obviously, as we've said plenty of times before, the favorites for winning this tournament. They've shown time and time again that their skill in Mania is absolutely absurd. So Brazil's going to have a really tough time next week.
It's actually an interesting series of events that led to Brazil facing South Korea so early on. They're both extremely high-seeded. Because of Italy's low performance in the group stage and win by default in this stage, we're ending up with two of our top seed teams clashing already. Well, they already clashed, or they should have clashed this weekend because we had Italy versus South Korea, but Italy did not show up, which means that next week we're going to see Brazil versus South Korea.
Yeah, I think it's pretty normal to note that the matchups for next week are going to be mostly the top seeds versus top seeds and the mid seeds versus mid seeds, just because most of the matches went in favor of who we expected to win, as in the top seeds were winning their matches against the mid seeds they were placed against for round of 16, and so the top seeds would be moving on in the winner's bracket, and most of the mid seeds would move down to the loser's bracket.
That's right. So now that we have the results of the round of 16, that was the last match of the weekend. So now that the round of 16 is over, that was the last match of the weekend, we will be going right into the quarterfinals map pool showcase. Yeah, I gotta say that round of 16, I mean, most of the... Oh, actually, we're getting right into the quarterfinals map pool showcase, so let's start ahead with that. Our first map is Ginga Tetsudo no Penguin, featuring Nikamok. Ew.
It's okay. You're allowed to butcher these kinds of names.
Right,
No,
right.
This is a map by Jacads, but it's a map set by Jacads. This is the difficulty name Betsal Joy, level 32, Jackie Express.
Jackie Express.
I think we already know what this is going to be about, the general themes of this map. At a rating of OD8 HP8, BPM of 110, length of 3 minutes and 31 seconds with a star rating of 5.36. Getting into the
Already
star
starting
ratings. And as the difficulty name suggests, this is going to be a Jack chart.
Despite the high SR and the jacks, this is one of the easier maps in the pool. Usually we start off the pool with the easier ones and work our way up. It's just going to be mainly chord streaming, more consistency than anything. It is somewhat long, but besides that, I do think this is going to be a pretty popular pick.
I do recall this song being used in the Standard World Cup, so I'm somewhat... I understand what the song is. There are basically two sections where it gets more intense in terms of the song, and that's where I think most of the difficulty is going to lay. And as we can see, this first one is coming up right here with a huge focus on the dense chord jacks at 110 BPMs with a few streams just thrown in the middle to throw people off who are just trying to chord jack or like to wrist jack the whole mess. You're not going to be able to wrist jack those streams.
It's the BPM 110 I think is so interesting because, you know, usually maps aren't that slow, but when they are this slow, it allows for these jacks to just be scattered everywhere, and it's still playable, but it's not a type of pattern that, you know, it's not that you see every day.
Yeah, and the ending, notably, is a bit of a difficulty spike, since the song does pick up a lot more once you hit the ending. So we'll be seeing probably a few choke points coming up when that ending KI section comes in. But other than that, it's a pretty simple map overall. Pretty vanilla, I guess, besides the fact that it has a pretty major focus on just chord jacking instead of maybe chord streaming, which people would be more comfortable with.
And by chord jacks, what we mean is, of course, just we have a lot of chords coming down at once, but there are jacks within the chord, so the same note is in consecutive chords, if you know what I mean. And of course, interspersed with those 1/8 runs, I believe, or I guess the term is 30-second notes.
Yeah, and as you can see, the jacks do get much more dense towards this ending section. Definitely going to have to watch out for the players when they come up to this section.
Yeah, it's deceptive because it's really a series of 3 jacks, you know, 3 notes in a row. But that is our first pick, and we're moving right on to our second. Well, not our first pick, our second map of the map pool.
Yes, and it's going to be Schubert Introduction and Variations, Trockner Blumen, Variation 5, Remix and Arrange. A map set by Firum, but the difficulty by Blocko. And if you remember this song from the 4-Key World Cup, you might know that it's long note based, and this one is no different. It's pretty short, so you don't have to keep up the long notes for that long, but this takes LNs to another level compared to last stage. Huge emphasis on certain inverse sections and releases in general, something that a lot of people might have trouble with, and something that we haven't seen a whole lot of in these pools.
Oh yeah, this map is 5.2 stars, and that's along with the long notes OD7, HP 8.5. Again, we have a spike near the ending, which we should be seeing pretty soon. The difficulty there comes from just some dense 1/4 patterns, and also some shields, which are a long note followed immediately by a single note, or a single note followed immediately by a long note. Very difficult pattern.
Yeah, and if you were looking at that transition into this last quarter, it was kind of like a normal long note stream, but they were slightly extended, which, despite looking pretty easy to hit, you will get a lot of 200s if you're not ready for that. And here we go into this ending with all of the shields that we were talking about, and the density just picks up.
Yeah, we finished it out with basically an all long note section, and that is, despite the density, the easiest long note map in the pool. And we are moving on to the Flashbulb Passage D, mapped by Wonky. This one is fast. Let's go ahead and say that. It's at 180 BPM, but the BPM does increase to 225 in certain sections. It's 5.93 stars. It's a bit overrated, but still very difficult, only because how fast it is with the drum breaks all over the place. Definitely 1/8 bursts are what to look out here. Those are the kind of the really fast rolls you see coming across the screen. At the same time, you have mini jacks going on, and you have to stay consistent with the chord streams, and that's this map.
Yeah, I mean, like, you could get a map that was similar to this in another pool. Like, say you could get bursty type maps in something like round of 16, and these bursts aren't particularly, super fast, but the patterning, like, right there is just so awkward and so hard to hit at that speed that a lot of players are just not going to be able to, the burst and at least keep up good accuracy with that. Especially not with all of the chords and jacks layered into it as well.
Yeah, burst patterning is really an interesting beast, because bursts are just sections that are like sudden spikes of density, right? And like the standard kind of way to make a burst is to make them all rolls, but if they're broken rolls, like stairs in multiple directions in multiple places, then yeah, it's not intuitive actually, as it would seem.
Yeah, but that is also a very short map in the pool, so we should move soon, getting to the end of this and moving on to the fourth map in the pool, which will be Shanghai Koshaken Orchid Remix 2017 update version, a map by Ancool Orchid difficulty. This is OD9, HP 8, 188 BPM, with a star rating of 5.51, length of 2 minutes 48 seconds, and it's another LN map. Sorry to say if you don't like LN maps. And you might have thought that the first LN map, Introductions and Variations, was more focused on releases than you would have expected it to, but the description of this map says this one is the release choice, so I can only imagine what we're going to see out of this.
One thing that you absolutely must note when you're playing this map is OD9. That means the judgment windows are very tight. Usually like 8 is about the defaults, and 9, especially on a long node map, it becomes extremely difficult because the releases on Score V2, you have to get them exactly precise.
Yeah, and this has one pattern specifically that will likely throw off a lot of players, but it's also interspersed with a lot of shields to some extent. At least towards the ending, we'll be able to see more shields as it comes along. And we can already see that this map, even though the long notes pattern seems simple for the time being, they're pretty awkward to hit in general and will get harder as we go on.
An important distinction to be made between this Shanghai Koshaken and Introductions and Variations is, I think that one had more short long notes, more streams of long notes, while this one's more about holding down long notes while playing single note patterns. I think we have a tendency to group all long note maps together in one category, but the truth is that you have very diverse patterning in this map pool. Oh, and here's the shields coming out with the...
Yeah, and there's also LN jacks, if you want to call them that. I mean, there are shield streams too, but interesting to note, those LN jacks are just... they're so hard to hit right. Because if you mess up the first note in an LN jack, this is kind of similar to what we would see in Full Moon Night, is that you mess up the LN jacks, you're going to rush the whole column. And this ending, as we said, is picking up in LN density and difficulty in general. definitely, I don't think, going to be a safe pick unless you are very confident in your LN and release play.
That's right. And that's the end of the fourth pick. Maybe I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but the very last section of the fourth map in the map pool. Next on our list is Good Bounce by Ebimayo, mapped by Remuring. This is, I guess, more of the VMS style patterning, more definitely not going to be a lot of long notes. It's just going to be focused on the chord streaming and the dense patterning. This is BPM 180, ODHP 8, 2 minutes long, SR is 5.6 stars.
Now, we were talking last round about how we haven't been really seeing a lot of straight up chord streaming charts, and we saw a couple in round of 16 that got a little bit dense. But this is, I think, this is where we start to get really dense with our chord streaming. The map pools, this is really a statement about where these map pools are going to start picking up. We can already see that we're getting chord streams that are at 180 BPM with doubles or triples on every other note, even throwing quads in there every now and again, and having just straight up doubles and triples on every single note.
Yeah, and that's what happens on dense 7K maps. When people say chord streams, it means every note is a chord, right? It's crazy.
Yeah, so this is just the start of what we're going to be seeing as a developing theme throughout the next few rounds. I would expect that as we go on through these pools, we're going to see more and more of these chord streaming charts implemented into the pools because of how variable the kinds of chord streaming patterns you can make and how important of a skill it is to be able to do stuff like this.
I've got to note that this is possibly one of the first maps that's really going to be a test of bracketing patterns. So bracket patterns are the patterns that look like checkerboards, right? They require you to play every other note in a chord repeatedly. Kind of hard to describe, but it's kind of a pattern that characterizes the BMS style, and that's due to the separate controllers that the arcade game was originally based on. But yes, that's also going to be a challenge for this one.
And that was a pretty short map, so we're already done with that. On to number 6, Suzuki Konami Choir Jail, a map by Arkwinoli Virus, 7K Epic Tragedy Arc difficulty. OD8, HP8, BPM of 181, length of 1 minute and 28 seconds, star rating of 5.56, and then another LN map. We're having a lot of these so far, although I think this one is more of the Snowflakes approach, where it's single LNs with dense streams around it. So I think this might be another theme we start to see in the maps, where we just see single LNs or 2 LNs with just stream patterns around them, and just seeing them get faster and denser overall.
This is the type of pattern I think you see a lot in Mania, because it's just so easy to add difficulty to the map just by adding a single long note layer, because I mean, dense streams are already hard enough, but add on top of that the LN releases, and you've got yourself a challenge.
Yeah, and we should be getting into where most of the focus...
Here it is.
Yeah. This is something that we've seen in the past 2 pools, whether it be from Anemone or Snowflakes, but it just brings it to another level now.
This is definitely kind of like, I mean, it's a short map, but it's extremely dense. It's got tricky long notes.
Ooh, and this pattern does not look friendly right there. Right at the end, too, so I can expect to see a lot of chokes here. But that is the end of the map. Moving on to pick number 7. Would you do the honors?
Oh yeah, I'm very excited to introduce this one. It's Outside by Bill Wirtz, mapped by Nivrad00, that's me. Yeah, and so this map is OD8 HP8, BPM 101, star rating 4.9 stars, and we've already missed so much happening in the map already. We have a bunch of SVs in the first section, accompanied by this swing rhythm. It's actually not a triplet rhythm, not a straight rhythm. It's halfway in between, and it's completely filled with jacks, and not to mention the long notes. There's just a lot going on at once.
So when I was looking at these map pool notes, I saw the creator of this song, and I was so concerned with what the map was gonna be like. This is probably one of the memeiest actual free mod picks we've seen in any of the pools. Has some pretty tricky SV sections. Is just pretty weird in general, I guess, overall.
We can talk a little bit about the nature of the SVs. The main SV that's going on is this slight jump every time there's a loud drum beat. There's also a few sections like that, the one we just passed, where it's constantly bumping and slowing down. That's, I think, the hardest section to read. But then you also have these kind of in the background SVs that are just constantly going on with the bumps, like I mentioned. And this on top of the long notes and the jacks again. When I asked one of the map pool selectors for feedback on this map, their main comment was that it's kind of overwhelming, a lot of stuff happening at once.
Yeah, and I think overwhelming might actually just be something that the map pool selectors want to see in the map pool, just constantly overwhelming the players with stuff that they might not be, comfortable with, or just can't read properly, Really trying to test the skills of the players as much as they can.
And this might be one of those maps that get insta-banned in most of the rounds. Because, I wouldn't be surprised, as much as I want to see it on stream, just because it's somewhat long, it's very difficult, it's got SVs, all around not one you look forward to playing.
Yeah, it just throws a lot of things that players are not really comfortable with, or a good portion of players aren't comfortable with, and throws them all on the same map.
Man, I really do need to go outside.
Indeed. But it looks like we are coming up on the ending of it, and just look at the map selector's accuracy on this map. 96.67%. If that doesn't show how difficult this is going to be to play, I don't know what will. But moving on to the 8th map in the pool, Holic, Deus Ex Machina by Spoon Guy. Another map by one of the map selectors, or at least Spoon Guy made Gum from last map pool. But this is not an SV pick, in case you were worried about this being Gum Part 2. It is not. It's OD9 and HP9. Something interesting to note there, OD9 making it more difficult than normal to hit the notes or to get good accuracy on them. BPM of 150, length of a minute and 58 seconds, so not too long. Star rating of 4.92 stars, one of the lower star ratings we've seen. But this is a technical map, is what you would call that. Actually, there's something funny about me saying that that's one of the lower star ratings. We'll get to that later. But this is one of the easier maps in the pool. It has some chord streaming, some polyrhythms, some bursts. Just all in all, it tests the technical capabilities of the players. One of the more difficult parts that people might have are the short long notes, the sort of staccato type things. So those are definitely something you might want to watch out for. But when it's not like being technical or having polyrhythms or short long notes, it's mostly pretty simple chord streaming. So teams who are able to keep up with the chord streaming and just can also manage through the bursts and technical aspects should be able to play this just fine.
Definitely one of the kind of the bread and butter picks, the ones that you kind of see in every match. At least that's what I'm predicting.
Yeah, I could definitely see this being picked in a lot of matches. But that is it. Just a very short, sweet, technical map. And on to pick number 9.
All right, 9 out of 12 maps total, by the way. It is 7 Colors by Undead Corporation, a set by Enwolf, mapped by Lord Rika. This is I feel kind of pumped now with this like metal playing in the background, but yeah. OD 7.8, HP 8.4, BPM 200, very fast. We can go ahead and say that. SR 5.47%. This is another map that has a lot of core streaming, kind of like which one did we see earlier? Good bounds, yes, but it's faster. There's that, and there's also long note sections, which do get pretty dense.
Yeah, there are some SVs too, but I don't believe they are like at all difficult to hit properly. They keep the 1 times averaged out, scroll speed, so most players shouldn't have too much of a problem with it. But like I said, the chord streaming is going to start to get more prevalent in these map pools, and this is definitely showing that.
We can see in the patterning that these chord streams are actually mapped pretty comfortably. I guess kind of the antithesis to something like Outside, where it's not very dense, but everything is extremely uncomfortable and full of jacks, weird rhythms. This one, it's a lot more straightforward. Despite being very dense, I think it's going to be a pretty common pick as well.
Yeah, this, like you said before, is kind of like just a consistency-based map. If you can stay consistent with your accuracy and with all the different types of patterns, you should have no problems.
And I gotta say, I'm digging the song choice.
Yeah, you don't see a lot of this type of song in earlier runs because they're usually very fast, very easy to make difficult maps out of them. So we might see more genre like this coming out of the later pools. But
it's interesting, most of the chord streaming patterns are actually made out of short stairs, which is, we were commenting on this earlier, but it's one of the easier patterns to read and play, if not to get accuracy on. And I think that's what makes this map so, I guess, so appealing, so comfortable. Oh, but here we have the guitar solo going on with the increased difficulty in long notes, with the releases being extended. These are kind of what I call hanging long note streams, and very easy to get accuracy drops on them.
definitely going to be some portion of the map to watch out for if a team is not is not comfortable with LN patterns, but just picks this to, flex their consistency. It would definitely be a choke point in the map for a lot of teams.
And that's what happens in metal songs. It's always the guitar solo. Who is playing this? I believe all of these replays are one of the map selectors, Aitor,
yes,
or Aitor.
Yeah, Aitor.
Oh, yes, Aitor.
Player of the showcase maps. But that is the end of that map. I'm really excited for this 10th map. I'm super excited. This is going to be NCX One Day, a map by Lenfried. Difficulty name 7-key SV. This is OD6, HP 9, BPM between 15 and 170. Length of 2 minutes and 1 second. And remember when I said that 4.97 was kind of low for this map pool? This map is 1.61 stars.
Already we're going into the SV section, and the main trick here is that the map slows down whenever you're holding down a long note, and then it speeds up as soon as you let go, and we have crazy jumps like that. It's incredibly, what's the opposite of dense? Incredibly sparse, I guess? But it's just nothing about it is predictable.
Yeah, nothing in this map is predictable. Give some idea of what you should be doing. sort of gives hints, I guess you could say, but this is going to be one of those maps that you need to put practice in or you're not going to do well.
The fact that the speed changes are on long notes, meaning that you have to know when to release it, and it's not going to tell you when to release it because the speed is so slow you can't really tell. You have to know. Like this LN pattern right here, these LNs are all the same length, but what length are they? Well, I couldn't tell you. You just have to play it and kind of figure it out.
This is also where stuff like looking in the editor to see how long the long notes are could come into play, where it makes it easier to actually know what is actually going on, as opposed to just trying to wing it by playing it a lot.
This is one of those picks that can be controversial sometimes because it's, I guess some people could say that it's only 1.6 stars. Is this really testing the skill of the Mania players? But really, it's just kind of a skill set that, in memorization almost, I'd say, it's a different skill set than usual, but still one that a Mania player needs to have.
Yeah, and that is the end of the SV map of the pool, and we got one more left before the tiebreaker.
This is April 14th by Aphex Twin, covered by Webodan, 8-bit cover. Map by me, Nivrad00, challenge difficulty. This is OD7 HP8, BPM 78, lowest BPM in the tournament, length 152, SR 2.91 star, also a low density map. But it is a full inverse type. This, in fact, the map category for this, according to the map selectors, is inverse, because that's literally all it is. This entire map, you are reading the blank spaces and not the long notes.
Yeah, this doesn't look too hard to do on paper. I mean, but in 7 key, when you're working with holding down almost every single note at the same time and just looking at when you have to release, there are a lot of problems that players might have when it comes to lifting up one finger, but inadvertently also lifting up the finger that's adjacent to it, because they're just so used to picking up their fingers after normal notes that holding down everything at the same time will just not work.
And we weren't lying when we said long note map. There's literally no single notes in this map. And we have a map pool selector in the chat right now saying it might not look like it, but it is really hard. And as someone who has played this map many times and who cannot get any higher than 90% accuracy on it, I can confirm that it is not anything like you are used to.
But pretty short map coming up to the end of it right now. And that was the last free mod choice in the pool. We will be moving on to the last map, the tiebreaker. And it is going to be Kano, Stellarium, DJ Norican Bootleg, a map by Lude. Lude's 7-key interstellar difficulty, OD 8.3, HP 9.3, BPM of 175, length of 5 minutes 57 seconds, almost 6 minutes long, and the star rating of 6.35 stars. The first map we've seen above 6 stars, unless the tiebreaker from last round was also 6 stars. I can't really recall.
I don't believe so. I think it was 5 stars.
Yeah, so this is by far the highest star rating map we've seen, and this map is hard, just for the entire run. It has chord streams, LNs, some SVs that could throw players off, just a lot of variation in the types of patternings that we'll be seeing throughout.
This is one of those maps that there's nothing particularly tricky going on. I suppose these long note releases could be hard, but unlike the previous few maps we've been looking at, it's not one particular gimmick that makes the map hard. It's just overall very dense.
Yeah, and people who don't like LNs or have a lot of problems with them are not going to like the ending section, where the releases on LNs get denser and more difficult to hit properly. So that's going to be a point to watch out for if anyone ends up going to tiebreaker.
Yeah, to play this, you have to have both long note skill and chord screaming skill. So that's what a tiebreaker is for.
Yeah, we've seen every single tiebreaker just force you to be good at almost everything, which is just, something good to test overall skill of the players on each team and really show what team deserves to take the victory.
Oh, and of course, this map is tiebreaker length, so we're going to be watching this for a while. 5.5 minutes and 57 seconds, almost 6 minutes.
Yeah, we've been here already for the length of some of the other maps in the pool, and we're only a third of the way done.
But yeah, a very fun map, honestly. Which is good, because when you have a tiebreaker that's 6 minutes long, you don't want something that you get tired of very quickly.
Yeah, it sort of is a way to incentivize playing and practicing the tiebreaker for teams that would otherwise not even look at this map. And I think with the incoming matches, it's going to be more and more important to practice the tiebreaker because the skill gaps between the teams, as we've been saying, is starting to get lower and lower. With the matchups being mostly top seed versus top seed and mid seed versus mid seed.
For sure. Here we have a couple more long notes coming in, but actually it's divided pretty consistently between left hand and right hand, so Mapper has the player in mind definitely there. And here again, more court streaming.
Yeah, and then some LNs thrown in just to keep you on your toes, I guess. Just seeing throughout almost every section is just so varied in terms of the skills needed to hold on well. And here we're going into a slow jam with LNs. Not dense enough to really throw off the players, I think, but something notable if players aren't too happy with, slow jams, as we saw a lot of people banning Phantasmagoria. And coming into the last quarter of the map, we see this SV transition into this last section. Watch out for the LNs coming up, because like I said before, this ending just is not friendly to those players who can't handle LN releases properly.
Oh yeah, we got that mirrored long nut pattern with the courts, but after this dense court stream, here is the double long nut pattern, I believe is what we're looking at.
Yeah, these releases extremely difficult to get right, especially with the notes on the outside of them.
It's almost like a normal long note stream, but it's that each long note lasts twice as long as you would expect. So the releases are kind of in a separate place than the onsets of the notes.
Yeah, and looks like we're coming up to the very end of this chart. Definitely an extremely brutal chart overall, consistently very difficult, and definitely going to be something to test the player's overall skill if they are brought to tiebreaker.
And that is the end of the quarterfinals map pool showcase. If you want to see the teams facing off on this map pool in the quarterfinals, tune in again next week. Same channel, the times are on the wiki, but that's all we have for you today.
Yep, schedules for next weekend will be released shortly as they are made, but you can already see what the matchups are on the wiki page. One more time, I'd like to remind you that banners are for sale, profile banners, I mean, for the 7-Key World Cup on the OSU store. So buy them if you want to support your country. But other than that, that is the end of the matches and the showcase for this weekend. So, yeah, not much else to say. Anything else you got on your mind, Nivred?
No, I'm pretty much good. I'm Nivrad00. This is the Topester.
Yep, and we will see you guys all next weekend for the quarterfinals.